Good morning and welcome to Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead, for this match against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the Northwest Dragons, Tishan Boni, and the game has grown immensely. 100 is no mean feat. You've been there a few times yourself, Boni, but 100 away from home as well, extra special.
100%. And to do it at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, must be something that's on the bucket list. Test venue, one of the oldest around in South Africa.
Ayanda Shlubi starting off well for the Dolphins there with the maiden over. And at the top of the mark now we see Captain Zintle Mali.
The ever experienced Zintle Mali coming into bowl. Hopefully she's going to use this wind to get a bit of swing.
Shapes the ball nicely, doesn't she, Boni? Just away from the right-hander.
And the nice thing is she's got that experience as well. So she's wily. She knows where the ball needs to go. She knows what line, what length. So good gesture for Van Rensburg.
Already we see that shape, Boni.
A little bit straight, but tailing away from the batter right at the end there.
So, Bonus, these two teams played a bit of pre-season warm-up friendly matches. Not sure how friendly those would have been, but the Dolphins actually travelled to Poch a couple of months ago, so they would have had a little bit of a feel of each other. Zintle Mali was injured at the time, so I'm sure she's really excited to have a crack at the Dragons here. As that one drops short and Deirdre van Rensburg gets off the mark and gets the Northwest Dragons ladies off the mark as well.
So you're saying that Zintle Mali is the secret weapon because she didn't go on tour?
I can imagine she was a little bit gutted, Boni. You do all that hard work in the off season, you get into pre-season and you get your first pre-season tour
And you get injured.
Yeah. Mother Cricket has a way of humbling us.
Always.
She looks fit now and she's running in nicely. She's had a good couple of games over the last few weeks.
She's gone off the thigh pad. Interesting you say that, Buxy, because she's not just bowling well, she's also batting well as well. She's no mug with the bat either, so she came in, I think it was the T20 game against the Badgers, and she actually won the game for the team after bowling good, her solid 4 overs. So she's getting better and better as she carries on with her career.
She's adjusted nicely to the line of the left-hander there. Warners, we see her just coming a little bit wider in a run-up as she looks to just go a little bit away from the left-hander and then shaping it back as well here, Warner. So she's really got to be on the money with her line. Anything slightly down leg side and she offers up some free runs to Lagrange. She goes wide again. This time Lagrange finds the gap and that's all the way to the boundary for 4, the first boundary of the innings.
Beautiful cricket shot. She missed out on the previous one and Mali offered another one and Kudutai can hit through the gap. Always nice to find the gap early on as a batter. But that's the forward thinking I'm talking about, Baxi. Against the Badgers, they did the 7-2-8-1 Don't get rid of it. You've got to put the pressure on consistently.
Agreed, Bonnie, and really impressed there with Zintle Mali. Like you said, just stuck to a game. Yes, you made the change to come around the wicket and change the angle, but stick to that fuller length, offering up the drive for the batter, and this time getting through, and a really good start for the Dolphins. The Northwest Dragons 15 for 1.
Better come to the crease, Powerplay. She's going to face up to Zintle Mali now from the gate end. Definitely love to see an extra slip in play. Just drifts down the leg side. Robert just getting a bit of wood on it, going down to that vacant far leg area for boundary to end the fourth over. Northwest Dragons ladies on 19 for 1. Looking for the glory ball, unfortunately.
Looking for the glory ball first up, as you said, Bonnie, and I think just needing to adapt as well from bowling the line bowling to a left-hander, and then obviously bowling to the right, the new batter to right-hander as well.
But even as a coach, you wouldn't be angry at that, because she's gained that opportunity by taking the wicket to go. There's one more left in the over. Let me try and attack the pads. Maybe she misreads the line of a length. Maybe an LBW shot. So yes, maybe getting it a bit wrong, but we can see where the mindset is and what she was trying to do.
Yeah. Certainly, Vonnie, the mindset is to attack in the power play as Van Rensburg drives that one down the ground. Ayanda Shlubi, Vonnie, good pace, good wheels. She's been really consistent so far. She's bowled at fuller length and looked to attack the stumps. She's just got the one ball wrong where she went a little bit too short, but otherwise she's attacked the stumps and challenged the batters to play down the ground with a straight bat. Back of a length that time, and Van Rensburg had enough time there, just the slowness in the wicket, everyone, is just to wait on that and run that down for one.
New batter would still like to see an extra catcher in, maybe.
I'm with you on that, Bonnie, and we do see a change to the field as Ayanda Shlubi is just called Kawu from fine leg to make her way into the ring on the offside as well. So looks like we're going to get that gully.
She needs to get a little bit closer,
yeah,
unfortunately.
she's going to get a lot closer there, but sort of like a fly gully, Bonnie.
Oh, well bowled.
Very good. Looks like the Dolphins ladies bowlers have done their homework here, Bonnie, on Northwest, and here we see specific fields for specific batters coming out almost immediately. Interesting position there. Essentially Kau at a fly slip. Could imagine Lemfane as Shlubi gets a little bit too straight there. And again, she's shown she's good off her legs, isn't she, Bonnie?
It's almost like a little sweep shot. Identifying that it is going down leg. These young players of today play some very strange shots, but very effective. just getting a bit, you almost think a little bit too greedy, looking for that glory ball. Just keep it outside off stump. Get Karabo to come and play those drives up the ground to extra cover and try and get that edge.
As umpire Tristan Daly puts his finger up, wicket, LBW, Ayanda Shlubi removing Limfane. That's 2 wickets for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies in the first 5 overs of the power play. Northwest Dragons ladies 24 for 2, and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies head coach Angelique Tyre, a bowling coach herself, smiling in the dugout. Limfane Boni out for 8. She hit a couple nicely off her legs, and then that one just maybe didn't have the line for it and went for it again, closed the face on it and paying the price. And with that we see the ever experienced Mignon Dupree taking her guard.
Almost looked like Limfane just fell over a little bit. Instead of trying to hit it up the ground with a straight bat. Maybe she should have played a shot like that. Just looked too square. But like you say, it would be interesting to see now. Mignon, with all her experience, she's got to guide this team to try and get to a total where they can bowl to. They can't lose another wicket now in the power play. They've got to build a partnership. They've got to try and get themselves going again. Interesting to see how these two are going to play. I'm sure they'll play their natural game.
Mignon Dupree, Bonnie, obviously really experienced, played all over the world and played lots of international cricket, over 150 ODIs for the South African ladies, and batting with a youngster in Deirdre van Rensburg. How good is this, Bonnie, to have someone that experienced, one of the most experienced players in the world, with you at the crease in a let's call it a difficult situation?
You can't ask for anything better. I must take my hat off to Mignon. She's still playing, giving back to the game that's given her so much. So big ups to her. And also for the youngster now, this is where you learn the most. This is where you can soak up everything. You can literally pick her brain about anything that's bothering you, or how to play a situation. A late cut there from Van Rensburg, down to third man for a single. So you can literally ask her anything. So you don't even have to get flustered. Hopefully they do communicate and help each other. But I do think the pair would give the youngster a lot more a calmer effect at the wicket than other people, I think, with all her experience, different conditions she's played in. You see Marty just bowling that a little bit wider, trying to get Mignon to drive at that. Really noted, just soft hands, down to third man for a single. She's seen the story before.
Change in the field. Zintle Mali just signaling to her third man. She just wants her a little bit finer, and she's put in that gully as well, Voni. She's thrown that one up. It's a full toss, and Van Rensburg latching onto that, flicked away for 4. important for Zintle Mali here, Bonnie, to be able to back up that thinking with her execution. She's made the changes to the field and she showed that she's willing to do that. And then you've really got to follow it up and hit your lengths, haven't you?
Nice for the youngster to get a legs down half volley, or full toss, sorry. That's much better from Mali.
That's the leg.
But you're right. We're saying that the batters need a bat in partnership, but so do the bowlers. The bowlers need a bowling partnership as well. Otherwise, the game can run away from you so quickly, where next minute you look up and you're nearly 30 overs in and you're chasing leather. So they've just got to be careful here. They need to bowl together and just keep building that pressure, even if they don't take a wicket. It's in full. It's the end of the 6th over. Dragons are 30 for 2.
30 for 2. 30 for 2, Bonnie, the Northwest Dragons, going at a healthy rate. At 5 runs and over, Bonnie, I think that's a testament to the loose ball, the 4 ball that's reared its head every now and then, and the Dragons have capitalized on that. Hasn't been a lot of running between the wickets. The Dolphins here through Schluby will just be wanting to keep it just a little bit tighter, not to give away that 4 ball, and just to keep building that pressure with dots, keep bringing that rate down. Yes, it is the power play. You do want to strike in the power play as well, which they have done. But you also just want to make sure, like you said, Bonnie, you're stopping that 4 ball. You're not letting the game run away with you. And you get through the power play, 4 runs and over, and 3 wickets down. I think you'd be quite happy with that.
100%. And obviously these two would have played with each other for the Proteas, so they know each other's game plans. But you want the bowlers just to execute. Even if they don't take a wicket, you just want them to execute their plans, because eventually something will happen. You don't want them to search for other things, and it just goes horribly wrong. So Klubi, Mali, I don't know how many overs they got left in the tank. The bowlers coming in for the Dolphins ladies need to now step up and just make sure that they follow suit and try and keep that pressure on the batters so they don't run away with the game.
Shorts and wide that time, and Mignon Dupree just not even trying to overhit it, Bonnie, just placing it between the gully and the point fielders before. We spoke about that 4 ball, Bonnie, and just keeping it tight, just executing your skill, and not really needing to do anything too fancy with conditions in your favor as well.
100%. But also, I mean, I don't know about you, but that looked like it was done in slow motion. She had so much time just to place it, rode the bounce. She also gets a full toss, head straight to mid-on. You can just see the difference in class from a batting point of view. You can almost just see that Dupree is not getting rushed, taking her time. She knows her game plan, she knows what's her strengths, what's her weaknesses, and she's playing accordingly. And waiting for the Dolphins ladies just to make that mistake.
A little bit straighter that time. Bit of a mix up with the calling, but no harm done. That brings the end of the over. 35 for 2 after 7 overs and a rate at 5 runs to the over. Change of bowler for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. Alex Candler just marking out her run-up. She bowled fantastically well last week Sunday against the Badgers in the T20 game. We
were so perplexed that she didn't even bowl on the Saturday, came into bowl on the Sunday, and was literally a game changer. I'm glad to see her bowling now in the 50 over format. She must be all fine and good. Steady little right arm seamer. She's got a bit of pace behind her as well. And the nice thing is she hits a good length.
Nice tall action, like you said, Vonnie. Not absolute wheels, but quick enough. Full that time, driven to Asake at mid-off.
Also going for that 7-2 field.
Sometimes feel, Vonnie, that you have that 7-2 field, but as a bowler you think, flip, if I stray I've got to be offside, and you might lose sight of the stumps. Sometimes bringing that third man fielder potentially into fine leg just allows you to find the stumps again, go a little bit straighter, and then bring in a few more methods of dismissal.
So I've got a different view, Buxy. If you're going to go with the 7-2 field, you need to, like we're looking at this field now, your gully's way too deep.
Yeah.
Your extra cover is too deep. I would literally try and get into their eye line, put those uncomfortable fielders in, just so, you know what, if you do not execute your shot well, you could get out. At the moment, the only mode of dismissal, unfortunately, is probably an LBW bowled and maybe caught by the keeper or the slip, and that's it. I don't see any. There's no plan in getting, even if it's the mid wicket, and you okay, play across the line if you want to score a run. Good effort from the extra cover fielder. You're just piercing the gap, getting a 2. That's the end of the 8th over. Takes a break. We're joined by Mohammed Juma. Scooby's coming in from the old Fort Road end. Bold. Morning, James.
Morning, Bonnie. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Nice to be watching some cricket on a Saturday morning.
Beautiful day here in Durban. I think as you guys mentioned in the start, sun's out, guns out, eh? So I'm sure it'll be a fantastic day of cricket.
It's well bowled again from Kubi. Testing from Rensburg outside that off stump. Surprised that she's taken the slip out and put a square leg.
You guys called for it. I see now they do have 3 on the leg side. But again, they are a bit too far out.
Very good start here from Kubi in her 5th over. But you almost want to see that square leg go to fine leg, like Buxy was saying. It then affords the bowler the opportunity to attack the stumps and make sure that if the bowler gets it wrong, you're out. LBW bowl.
There we go. You called it. Bonnie, you called out a brilliant delivery.
be going wider, and then the wicket ball almost pitching on full stump, coming back, hitting off stump, middle stump on the ground. Just the subtle changes, give an opportunity to take some wickets.
Now that was a brilliant delivery. She's already got 2 today, and both are bowled actually. So you can see she is attacking the stumps. I think now a lot of pressure is going to be on Mignon Dupia. With her experience, you expect her now to just knuckle down and take it deep, as they say.
Have to try and get a partnership as we see. Teko Deswango coming into the wicket. Should be facing Ruby. He's got 2 balls left. Definitely see Ruby attacking the stumps again, especially to the new batter. Maybe see a slip involved or catching cover. He's a new batter.
I was about to say, I think he should have a bit more of an attacking field, especially with Schlubi's experience.
Oh, what ball.
She'll bowl her 5th now, 1 ball remaining. But I think she has to bring in a slip, just put the batter on strike. Even Mignon Dupia, 8 of 14, hasn't really kicked on yet. But again, with her experience and playing international cricket and being one of the most recognizable names in South African women's cricket, I'm sure she'll just bide her time.
It's the end of Ruby's 5th over.
Umpire calls a dead ball there actually.
Is that fell off?
And the bails, if I'm not mistaken, I think at the bowler's end fell, so it just creates a bit of a distraction. Justin Daly making his women's provincial debut today. One of the pipeline umpires here at Dolphins cricket at KZN Coastal.
There's an edge. Probably not going to reach slip, but looked like a variation of a slow ball. End of Ruby's 5th over. Dragons are 38 for 3 after 9.
1 left in the power play. Here in women's cricket, there's only 1 power play, so after the 10th over, they can spread the field. Even though it's only maximum 4 outs, I think this gives them a bit more protection. But I think they should be a bit more attacking at 38 for 3. Alex Candler to continue for her 2nd. I think, Vaughan, you guys were right. Early on you spoke about Candler. She's a bit unassuming with her pace.
Wide to start to the new batter. You see the ever experienced Priya going down just to have a chat to her partner. She doesn't have to go and chase that just yet. Try and build a partnership. I think their first port of call is to try and get to 50, then to 75, and then 100.
Small targets, as they say. Once you reach that target, then you can move on to the next one. And I'm sure, I mean, if just looking back on Mignon Dupria's career, I mean, she made her international debut in 2007 and then captained South Africa Protea ladies between 2011 and 2016. She's been a mainstay in that Proteas team.
Miss Reliable.
Definitely. In that era of women's cricket, they had a superb number of players coming through the system, and you can see that now in the recent 50 over World Cup, where the Proteas reached the final. Marizan Cup, Chloe Tryon, all showing their experience and getting South Africa to another final.
Well bowled again from Candler. Ditching the wider ones, now attacking the stumps. James, you're talking about all the senior players in the ladies setup, but how good are the juniors that are coming through? Like Nadine de Klerk,
Meane Smith also being in the squad.
You're looking at all of those, and they're match winners. They're not Malaba. You've got so many youngsters that are coming through. That's why we said it earlier today. Is the competition in this ladies division is so good, and it's just growing more and more and more.
100%. And one of those youngsters has actually come through from Dolphins cricket in Nondomiso Shangase, and I know you yourself and Baxi were speaking earlier. We had our Dolphins schools capping ceremony yesterday here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, and she was one of our guests. Flew back from the World Cup a few days ago, landed in Durban, and came straight here to celebrate the next pipeline of generation of players.
It's the end of the 10th over.
Maiden there for Candler. That ends the power play here in the first innings here with we see a change in bowling now.
Coming to attack from the old Fort Road end to bowl the leg spinners.
This will be a good contest here between Mignon du Preez and Seshin Naidu. Seshni, a youngster coming through the system. Also played for South Africa recently. So this will be a good test of her skills against Mignon. I think it's fantastic to see, and for Mignon du Preez to go back into domestic cricket, and especially with Northwest Dragons recently being promoted into the top flight of women's cricket. I think her experience will just give them a bit of stability. So it's great to see that they're giving back to the game.
Good start from Naidu. She has got a cover sweeper and almost looks like a deep mid wickets with 2 boundary riders. But it's good to see South African stars giving back to the next generation.
Walks across. That's a brilliant shot.
Late cut off the leg spinner, past the slip. Ready, just covering up there, keeping it to 2. Good to see South African stars giving back to the younger generation and growing the game as much as they can.
100%, and that's what you need, because you need a bit of
She shuffles across again, trying to cover that channel, hoping that it doesn't spin or bounce.
You speak of that experience, and I like to highlight another international player within the Dolphins ladies setup, and that being Yasmin Khan. She comes with a massive amount of experience from Namibia. She's played over 100 matches for Namibia ladies team.
Pure advances, heading that down to deep mid wicket for a single. You spot on, James, because I'll take the viewers back to the Badgers game, the 50 over and the T20. She came in with such confidence and the ability of knowing her game and her game plan and sticking to it. Getting the Dolphins to great starts in both formats, and you could just see even behind the stump she's that perfect professional.
100%, and that's where it comes through here at the end of that over. The Northwest Dragons are 41 for 3 at the end of 11 overs. Candler to continue, and that's what you see with Yasmin Khan, and especially with the keeper directing the field, assisting Zinhle Mali, getting the tactics right, getting the field correct. Her experience will be shown here, and there's a lot of experience in the side. Ayanda Klubi, another Protea. Same with Seshi Naidu. She's just in and out of that setup at the moment, and backed up by some superb youngsters, as you say, coming through our domestic scene. It's a wonderful shot.
She's throwing her hands at it, and it's gone for 4 to the longer boundary towards the scoreboard.
Just a bit too wide there by Alex Candler. Allowed Dupia to free her arms up. Bonnie, you mentioned last week the Badgers game. I was actually involved in that in those 2 matches last week. And again, the 50 over may not have gone the way of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies, but the T20 certainly did. And I think they need to carry on that momentum, that positive outlook that they had in that particular match, and bring it into this one, especially against a slightly I won't say inexperienced, but a new team in the league, so they will have jitters in early on, so they'll definitely need to capitalize here and hopefully.
But even in that 50 over game, James, they played good cricket. They were good. They were just a few opportunities, a drop catch here and there, a few misfield that just edged it towards the Badgers. It was a very good game, went down to the wire, but they can take heart from that. There were some positives, so they need to build on that, and then with the, like you say, the T20, the momentum is there.
Yeah.
So they need to gel both of them together and just keep going and almost keep rolling on. But wide again from Candler.
See, De Figueiredo is in action there on both sides here. She's also a brilliant fielder. I'm sure we'll see her come into bowl a little later in the next few overs. But yeah, look, that game was a brilliant game. I think the Badgers just had a fantastic batting opportunity last week, if I could say that. Hall made 100. I think that was the catalyst. I think that was the turning point where someone had converted a 50 or a 60 into 100, and that's where the Dolphins needed to capitalize last week. They didn't have someone that takes them over the line. And Vonnie, I have to mention Nicole de Klerk. I think a massive top order batter, not in the setup due to injury. She's missed.
Yeah, she's got a wrist injury. So you see the end of the 12th over. Dragons have now moved on to 45 for 3. You know, she played against the Lions and incurred that injury up in Joburg, and it just looks like it's niggling and it's staying around a little bit longer than she hopes. But hopefully we get to see her on the field quite soon, because she's a destructive, good batter, and her fielding is good. She's around, she's helping the captain, the vice captain. So you're almost missing that bit of experience.
No, 100%. I totally agree with you, and I think she complements Alex Candler well when they open the batting. Alex rotates a strike, but more slower pace as a batter compared to Nicole, who Nicole takes on the fielders, takes on the power play especially, and they give them a good start. And I think with that good start, that's what saw their success a few seasons ago when they won the Pro50 over series.
Station United just throwing that one up.
They look for two, yeah.
Looking for 2. She's got to run. Oh, the throw isn't great.
Definitely think she would have been in trouble with a better throw there.
Immediately her senior player comes down to have a chat to her. Throwing that one up again, hit straight to cover.
She'll get through her overs here quite quickly. That also gives a bit of momentum to the fielding side. They just rotate through the overs. That's straight in front. Brilliant delivery by Seshli Naidu. I know I'm going to sound biased here, but that's been a great decision by Tristan Daly. Second decision this game he had to make. Nini is the new batter in for Northwest Dragons.
Just want to have a little dig at you, Jims. The other RBW early on, you said you couldn't see from up here.
Yeah, I actually wasn't watching that one, so I won't comment on that one. I actually didn't see it at that point in time. I just saw everyone celebrating, so I took it for granted it was out.
But well bowled from Naidu, attacking the stumps. That one we just see a little bit wider, a little bit of turn. You'd have to see a catching cover. Maybe the wicket coming in a little bit closer. Just putting the new batter under pressure. Oh my word. It's gone through the captain's hands. It's gone for 4. Valiant effort there by Jade Figueiredo. Ball just beating out there. That's the 50 up for the Dragons ladies.
After 13 over.
13th over. Sikanda continuing from the Mugani rating.
Yeah, Voni, last week I was involved in that Badgers game, but I must, it'll be wrong of me not to say a massive well done to Wayne and his stadium staff. I mean, this wicket has been brilliant over the last few weeks. Wonder Boy has done a fantastic job, and it was equally praised at the Dolphins men's game on last week as well, where the match ref and everyone actually had only good things to say about Hollywoodbets Kingsmead and what it's become and the changes that has happened not only on the field but also around the stadium. Mr. Stradom and his team have also put massive effort in making this a home away from home for many, so it becomes a world-class venue. So yeah, massive well done to Wayne and Wonder Boy.
Low full toss. Dupree hitting that through the mid-wicket region for 4. Kanda just missing a leg, maybe by a foot or 2. But you're right, Jim. Aesthetically, everything's looking so good. We drove in this morning, we saw the new pylons with the lights.
Yeah, that's coming up.
Very exciting. End of November, they'll be ready.
100%. And I mean, last night you would have seen at the capping ceremony as well. The outfield is looking wonderful. The overlay.
Oh, top edge. Mignon Dupree just trying to ride that, try and hit that down to square leg. Just getting a bit tennis ball bounce, getting a top edge over the keeper's head. Yasmin Khan, unfortunately, a little bit too short.
I don't think anyone would have caught that one. That was another boundary for the Dragons. I think Dupree just needs a partner to stay with her here. 23 of 28. She's getting a bit of momentum. I spoke earlier that she was slightly behind runner ball, but now she seems to be catching up. She just needs Nini to just rotate the strike. Nini's a 4 of 2. Like you said, small bite size.
Yeah, especially when you lose quick wickets, you rather take the target and just divide it by 2 almost.
It's a wide delivery. Just straight
movement off the deck a little bit.
Yeah, just that line just starts straight down the leg side. I see the umpires are having a slight issue with the bails there on that end. I'm sure they'll look to give it one more opportunity, and if it falls again, probably take off the bails on both sides.
Do they still produce those heavy bails or not?
They do. There's a few of the first-class umpires that do have them. A lot of the guys, up-and-coming guys, they get their own made as well, but there are a few going around the system.
It's much better from Canada outside of stump. And what's the weight difference with that, James?
Not necessarily. There's slightly more in the heavier bails. I'm not too sure the exact amount, but it just gives a bit more stability, especially in the barrel of the bail rather than the spigots. But definitely an opportunity, maybe to, if they have heavy bails, to use it. See, she's brought her line back, the line and length back more on the offside. The first one going down wide was a bit straying into the pads there.
So, and Mignon's played this perfectly. She's opened the field up now nicely. They've got a deep cover points. They've got their third man. You see mid-on is going down to the boundary now as well. There's a lot of singles available now.
That's a brilliant shot.
Great cricket shot from Mignon du Preez. She tried to do that the previous ball, getting a top edge. This time she's winning the bounce. Into that square leg for 4. Into the 14th over. The Dragons have moved swiftly to 64 for 4. Du Preez on 27 of 31. And Nini 4 of 2.
Would this be a perfect opportunity to bring on Jade Figueiredo on the one end and have 2 spinners going now at and trying to get through the overs?
Totally agree with you. You've got to try and change it up now a little bit. Get that left arm spinner in. You've got the leg spinner going from the old 4 right in. But just something to get through the overs a lot quicker. Put the batters under a bit of pressure. You know what? Try and risk it. Go over the top. Things like that, just try and make something work for you, especially in the field.
Look, I think the Dolphins will be hoping for another wicket here. There's 4 minutes to drinks. I think they'd want to try and get Nini out here. I think they'll put pressure on Du Preez by letting her if they get her partners out, that'll put pressure on Du Preez, and hopefully that leads to her wicket later on. But Seshni, I'm sure, will try and rush through her over here to try and get 2 before drinks.
That looks cool. Ball from Nadu. Nini just punching it up to mid-on for a single. Testing the hamstrings out. So we see that cover sweeper going down. Now they've also got a deep square and a cow corner.
Better. I think Seshni needs, like you said, I think you need to work in tandem here, Voni, because if Candler went for 2 or 3 boundaries in her over and now Seshni is going at only 1 or 2 and over, you need that to walk across. good play by Dupriya, bringing the leg side into play, walking across and just sweeping that.
And that's her strength. She'll play that all day, every day. So also, as a bowler, you've got to think on your feet. Maybe throw it a little bit slower, a little bit wider. Try and get her hitting through the covers.
See, there's a bit of fans coming into the stadium, bit of fans and family coming in to support. I'm sure for both sides, with Northwest traveling down, they probably have some family coming down as well.
If you're in the area and watch some cricket, some sunshine, the wind is good, light up a fire, fry a few chops maybe, have a few cold ones, Coca-Cola maybe.
Perfect day for that.
Dolphins sticking with Candler here at the going end. Don't know if they've missed a beat, maybe just before drinks, getting the left arm spinner to bowling over.
Yeah, I agree, Bonnie. I think they should have brought on the Figueiredo here and try and just get through that over. Something different. I think Mignon du Preez is set against Candler. I think she...
There's a lot of changing happening here. So we see an offside field of mid-off cover, sweeper, points and third man. No fine leg, you've got square leg catching mid wickets, a deep mid wicket and mid on.
Bonnie, I know in your playing days, women's cricket wasn't as given as much exposure as it is now. What's your thoughts on the women's game at this point? You just recently, the last few years, having retired, and now with the women's game, and in your experience, how has it grown amongst in South Africa? Are you seeing a lot of potential here that for years to come?
100%. I mean, I've done a few games last season as well. Just to see the amount of talent roaming around and executing their skills, it's exciting. It's something the women's game has needed. Big ups to CSA and all the relevant partners and sponsors and everybody getting behind these ladies. Momentum being one of them also. Donnie van der Berg was a massive catalyst for that. It's unbelievable. If you've been hiding under a rock, I mean, we are second in the world now.
100%.
We got to a final. Yes, unfortunately we did lose that, but the ladies played well. They fought every single game. Well bowled.
Well kept out, actually, also by Nini there. Don't think she was expecting that one. Probably Yorker length there. Probably hit her foot and the ball at the same time. You can see she's in a bit of discomfort. I think she'll fight through the next two deliveries before the drinks break.
Fleeting with a bit of danger there. Trying to run that ball down. It's a little bit too close for comfort. But Jim, it's good to see the ladies also getting the opportunity and getting the exposure that they're getting, playing at stadiums now, getting the nice kit, getting sponsored, things like that we never thought of back in the day.
100%. I see that brings the end of the 16th over, leads us into the drinks break. Dragons are 67 for 4 after 16.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead, after the drinks break. The Northwest Dragons are 67 for 4. Seshni Naidu still continues after the drinks. A good start by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. 4 wickets in the first 16 overs of the game. Northwest Dragons ladies have kept a decent run rate throughout, as we see Dupree just shuffling across and latching on to a sweep shot for 4. She moves to 33 of 38 balls and striking at a really good rate. Have to settle in again after that drinks. Something usually happens after a drinks break. A young Seshni Naidu who's got a little bit of experience by now in a still an early career. She's going to play a lot of cricket, bowling to the ever experienced Mignon Dupree, as Dupree shuffles across again and just nudges that into the leg side for 1. Seshni Naidu bowling against her old teammate from the SA Under-19 women's setup. So I'll be saying Nini. As Nini goes on the sweep, and that one spins past the bat, past the stumps, past the wicketkeeper, Yasmin Khan for 4. That's beaten everyone, all ends up. Jums, welcome back after the drinks.
Thanks, Baxi. Yeah, good to be back for the next set. Oh, brilliant stumping! She set up the batter there. That's a fantastic stumping by Yasmin Khan. And Baxi, we just spoke about her experience a little earlier with Boni, and it came through. She's showing she's one of the best in the world, I would say.
Been involved in the South African women's setup. As you know, Seshni, local girl. And obviously these two have played with each other in the SA Under-19 setup. Both of them played for South Africa Under-19 at the World Cup. So we're saying Nini just a little bit naughty there, Jones. On the sweep shot, the ball before beat everyone towards it. All ends up with 4. This time, running down the wicket of Seshni Naidu and running past it.
I know we speak of that experience earlier. I was speaking to Boni about the experience of Mignon Dupree, and you can see that she's still at the crease. And like you said, she got the boundary. She had 5 in the over, 6 in the over already, and yet she still went after another one to try and get another boundary. Alyssa Exlaban the new batter at the crease, joining Mignon du Preez. Echelon is also new in the setup here at the Northwest Dragons. Dragons are 76 for 5. As you see a change in bowling here, you see Kau coming in. This is Kau, right arm seamer, coming in for her first over. Good start. Dot ball to Mignon du Preez.
Great shot by du Preez. Just for one, Jums. Kau, a youngster in the setup. Given the protection by her captain, actually gets into a spell, Jums.
Yeah, you speak of that last year at you speak of that under 19 setup and the South African under 19 team, and where Seshni would have played. And last year Dolphins cricket, KZN cricket, we hosted the girls under 19 national week where you got 16 provinces, 16 teams coming all together, and we hosted at the wonderful facility at Kingsmead College. And it was actually a very, barring it was a massive successful hosting for us as a union or as a province. Northwest Dragons actually went on to win that week. Actually, they played 250 over matches leading into 2 T20s and knockout T20s on the 4th day, and they were hugely successful. And you can see that with some of the players now coming through into the professional setup. So the success of that, they are giving back to the youngsters and saying, we are putting faith in you by allowing or letting you play in the women's professional space, and adding a few experienced heads with Mignon du Preez, Sarah Barber, also KZN grown player from KZN Inland though, but also been around the system, went to the Lions, now at the Northwest Dragons. So I think the structures are there at Northwest, and it's great to see.
I think we're spot on there, Jums. Lots of good happening within the cricket circuit in Poch. As we see Melissa just getting off the mark there.
Yeah, speak of Poch, last night the men's team, the Dolphins men's, actually took on the Northwest Dragons men's team yesterday. Dolphins coming out on top in a slightly reduced game. In a 17 over match, they came out on top. Ethan Bosch doing extremely well, as we see that wide ball. Good take by Yasmin Khan there. Could have easily evaded her and gone to the boundary. I think you see she just needs to close off here. She's got 2 or 3 in the over that she's let go, which is pretty decent over in this part of the game. Tucking the stumps. So brilliant shot there by Mignon du Preez. Turning around for 2. That's great running. That's great running, putting pressure on the fielders. I think Baxi, in the women's game, I think that anticipation by the fielders, knowing that batters want to turn for 2, just that little bit of inexperience showing in the game, where they could have combated that, maybe knowing that the batters want to look for 2, try and attack it a bit earlier.
Yeah, Jums, I think that anticipation is important. And then obviously fielding on the boundary as well. You're wanting to keep everything to 1. I don't think the Dolphins will mind that too much though, because it takes Mignon du Preez to the non-strikers in the house, especially Naidu, to have a ball at Alyssa here. She has faced the 3 balls. She's on 1 of 3, and Seshni has hit her strap, so to speak. And so I don't think that the Dolphins would mind this too much, Jums.
No, 100%. They'll definitely always want to bowl at the new batter. But I think as the game evolves, those tactics definitely will come into the women's space as well. Another brilliant delivery here by Seshni Naidu. She's just ticking over. I'm sure she'll be one of Angelique Tai, the head coach of the Dolphins ladies team. she's worked with Seshni at under 19 level. She's the bowling coach at the Proteas under 19, and I'm sure she's worked with a lot of these players, and she'll be quite excited to see how Seshni goes today.
Definitely, Jums, and you speak about Ange, one of the most experienced women's coaches around, and obviously involved here at the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies, but like you said, at an international level as well, with the SA under 19 women, as well as with the SA emerging women as well. I think Coach Denisha, who's amazing, to sum it up in a word, she would have spent a lot of time with Seshni Naidu as well, and both those coaches would have played a big part in where Seshni is right now. So we see her running into Alyssa on the drive, no run. What I like about Seshni, Jums, and maybe you can comment on this as well, because you've stood out there as a professional umpire yourself, and she's bowled from your end. Just the pace that she bowls through the air, so her accuracy I think has really improved, but she bowls at a really good pace through the air, not giving the batters a lot of time, but you see it from a different view to us, Jums, when you're standing out there. So yeah, I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
No, definitely have variations, and like you mentioned, her pace through the air is a lot more compared to her, and her action as well. She gets through her action, she gets through it quite swiftly. I think she puts a lot of pressure on the batters, gets through the overs quite quickly as well, and she has certainly improved. I think her skill set was always there, but consistency, as they say, is key, and I think that's what Angie and Denisha have brought to that setup. And like you said, Angie, hugely experienced international player herself in the past, and talking about that era of players, if I can say, where Mentorship player has come through. My colleague, a match referee in Chandri Fritz, she was my match referee this past week, and we were just chatting about how the women's game has evolved in South Africa at the moment. As we see that cut shot, good clean up there by Courtney Gounden as they turn back for two. Yeah, Baxi, and I know you also involved in the women's space now as a tap lead, and the women's game has really evolved. What mimics in the men's game is now getting put into the female space at all levels, and we've seen the game evolve. And we were just chatting about that era of players where the women's space was not professional in the sense that they weren't paid to play, and yet those are the ones that gave the platform to these players now that are performing and getting paid to play for the Protea ladies team and provincial setups. Those ladies need to be commended for their efforts that they've done. As we see Jada Figueiredo there, excellent fielding on the boundary. I mean, they should be commended for their efforts and putting the platform for women's cricket in South Africa.
Definitely, Jules. I think you're spot on there. You always say you want to leave a space better than you found it, and those people that you have mentioned, Fritz, Angelique Tai, Denisha, Devna Ryan, Trisha Chetty, Mignon Dupree, all those players, from that era, like you said, that played when they didn't get paid to play, and when they had to make huge sacrifices to just to play for their country and play for their provinces as well. You want to leave a space better than you found it, and I think they definitely have done so. But the exciting thing is they haven't left the space, Jim. So they've taken the lessons and I think the hard lessons that they've learned from their playing days, and they're now pouring back into the lives of the young cricketers that are now playing in the professional space, and it's just incredible to see. So like you say, Jules, hats off to them, and we also hope that within their coaching careers they continue to go from strength to strength because of everything that they've done to progress the women's game when it was really tough and dark in their days.
100%. A good drive there by Dupree, straight to the fielder, Madoff picking that up. 87 for 5, Baxi. 20 overs nearly done. how do you see the next phase of the match? And we spoke about breaking it down for batters in small chunks, 25, 250, 75 to 100. But also for the bowling side, for the fielding team, how do you see the next 10 to 15 overs being played out from this point? If you were in both camps, what would be the chats in the change room?
So Jums, we'll just let Kau finish this over. Mignon du Preez just shuffles across again and works that into the leg side for one, just keeping the strike. That's the end of the over. The score 88 for 5 after 20. Jums, to answer your question, I think after the 20 over period that we've just had, I think the Dolphins will probably be the happier of the two teams. They won the toss and elected to bowl. I think having sort of assessed the conditions, especially with the weather that we've had this week, quite a lot of rain and the wicket's been undercover. So I think they've made the right choice there, and then they've also executed quite well. I did feel that maybe there was one too many 4 balls early on, but again, when you're searching for wickets, that could happen. But at 88 or 89 for 5 now, I think the Dolphins will definitely be the happier of the two teams. And then in terms of their approach moving forward, I would continue on with Seshni Naidu. She looks like she's going to take a wicket every ball, really. And I think if there's anyone that's going to take the wicket of Mignon du Preez, it looks like it would be Seshni right now. I like the move of having a Sishne Kau on in a stage of the game where there isn't a lot of sort of pressure. A good platform has been built, and you allow the youngster to then bowl and you give her a bit of protection, but she bowls dot ball, she keeps the runs down and keeps the run rate sort of declining. So I'd continue on with that. I think the Dolphins would need to have a plan around Mignon du Preez. Are they going to look to have a period in the game where they look to strike and look to get her out, or are they happy and content just to give her the one and then bowl at the new batters coming in, the less experienced batters, and try to get the wickets that way? And if that way, if Mignon du Preez ends up on 55 to 60, not out, and they bowl the rest of the team out for 130, I think they'd be quite happy on that. I think that the wicket will only get better. We've spoken about the wind and any sort of moisture that's on the surface, I think would have left, and then obviously it's quite hot as well. So I think the Dolphins will definitely have the better of the batting conditions. And so I think stick with what they're doing for now, but definitely have a plan around what are they going to do around Mignon du Preez. And then for the Dragons, Jums, I think the key is around Mignon du Preez now. She's done fantastically well, as you see her on the pool there again. She's done so well in how she's moved around the crease. So she shuffled across and hit balls into the leg side. She's shuffled down the wicket every now and then as well, just to upset the bowler's lengths and not allowing them to settle. So that shows her experience. And really the Dragons innings is based now around du Preez. If she goes on and gets an 80, a 90, even 100, then I think the Dragons could post it on the 160 plus, and that's probably what they'll be looking to get to at least at this stage. So the team has got a better run when you're on the Preez and take it from there. She holds the key. With that, at the end of the over, 94 for 5 after 21, and the Dolphins Dragons still going at quite a healthy rate at 4.5 runs for the over.
Yeah, Bugsy, I have to agree with you there. I just think that I have a feeling that Naidu might come to an end on that end, and they're going to bring the Figueiredo on. I just like to see 2 spinners on both ends. I think just to put something different. I think Mignon du Preez is liking the pace onto the bat. She did that with Alex Candler. She's doing that with Kau, just rotating the strike. I like your point of even if du Preez is still there at the end, but she's losing partners, it does put pressure on the Dragons. However, I just like a bit more impetus into trying to get Dupriya out and stemming that entire drop catch. Unlucky in the follow through. A very tough opportunity, but well stopped in the end. I think that if didn't hit the bowler's hand that was racing away for 4, umpire had to jump out of the way. The umpire Yamin Godia, also one of the pipeline umpires in the system, coming through the system, has a lot of experience, and now he's getting his success. Oh, again, good line and length. I think she's proving me a bit wrong here, Baxi, by the way she's bowling. I called on for another spinner there.
Jim's just your sort of stock standard. Essentially, she'll run in, she'll hit good areas and look to keep the runs down in the middle of an innings. In the middle overs, so to say, and as we see another wide outside off stump. Yasmin Khan's been good behind the stumps again today, Jums. But yeah, I think that's the plan for Kao. She's just got to bowl as many dots as she can, get the batters to play to the field that she has set, and bring that run rate down. I think the Dragons just continuing on at that 4.5 runs and over. They'd be quite happy with that. Obviously a little bit disappointed with the wickets, as we see Dupriya just hitting space again in the leg side. Oh, sorry, that's Alyssa again, just hitting space again in the leg side there. Alyssa Jum, she's been around for a while, into her 10th season with the Northwest Dragons ladies, with an average of 18. Quite an experienced player, so I think this partnership is really key here for, as Mignon Dupriya gives herself room, but heads across to the offside. Foul follows, and that goes to 4, and that brings up to 50. So Mignon Dupriya, the 50 is program of 9-6. Jums, that's the innings.
Now, been a fantastic innings by Mignon Dupriya. Like we said earlier, and I was saying to Bonnie earlier, the innings will rotate around her, and I think she's sort of the stalwart. She has to be at the crease for them to get to a competitive total. They'll bat around her, they'll bat for her, I think. But like you said, I think that run rate is steady there at 4.6. At just over 4 and over, which means a boundary every over is coming, and I think that's where the Dolphins just need to look at how they can curb that. Boundary and over, unfortunately, like at the back end of an over, you always want to close off an over, but when they're leaking a boundary, it just gives a bit of momentum to the batting side. We know Alyssa is 6 of 17, but again, Dupriya run a ball there. So she's getting the boundary, she's allowing the Alyssa to get a single. They get a wide every over. Next thing you're looking at, from a 2-run over, you're looking at 6-7 runs and over, and it just keeps increasing from there. So I think both batters look a bit set here. I won't say 6 of 17 is set, but she's looking a bit more comfortable than the other batters, Alyssa. And like you said, the 10 years of experience is going to show. And hopefully now it leads to a bit of a partnership, and they can get to a competitive total at after 22 overs, 101 for 2. And I was right there, Baxi. Naidu is done for her spell, and they're bringing on De Figueiredo. I just felt, and I'm gonna hop on it there, I just felt that she should have come on this end, but again, the coaches know tactics better than we do.
Jums, with that 50 from Mignon Dupriya came the Dragons 100 as well. So this just sweeps that out to the leg side for 1. Jade De Figueiredo, Jums, you've umpired quite a bit with her bowling at your end as well. What can we expect from her? She's an experienced campaigner as well, born and bred here in Durban, went to Durban Girls High School, had a brother that played cricket as well, and she sort of continued that on after school, and been with the Dolphins ever since.
She brings a bit of a different aspect to the game with her left arm spin, and I think Baxi, you need that in the game. You know, there's when she comes on to bowl, there's a bit of a different variation. I think they haven't. Mignon du Preez hasn't seen much of Jade de Figueiredo here as she hits it to the leg side. But I think what Jade will bring here is she's tasted success last season. She's been one of the top bowlers in the Dolphins ladies setup last season and the season prior. She's picked up awards at the Dolphins Awards. So she's riding success and she knows what it feels like to taste success. I know last week she wasn't as clinical and successful as she would have liked to be against the Badgers. I think she would have liked to pick up a few more wickets. But she keeps it tidy like we're seeing. She's only gone for 2 this over. Both du Preez and Alyssa will just play the single each, but I'm sure they'll look to just see what she does. Hit it to the leg side. They're going to push for 2 here. Mignon du Preez is turning, going to the danger end. That's a good call. It's played into the gap. So where the gap is, and again Baxi 2 now becomes 4. The run rate stays the same.
Yeah, June spots on there. The Dragons moved to 105. I've really been impressed with the way the Dragons ladies have rotated the strike. And it's a little partnership, but it's a partnership that's now building, and that rate stays at 4.6 runs and over. The Dolphins ladies are going to have to be careful here, Jules, that they don't make it too easy for the Northwest batters to rotate strike. I think in this phase of the game, the Northwest Dragons batters, I don't think there's a huge need for boundaries, but as you said, slowly but surely, if you just keep ticking over and running well between the wickets, then that rate creeps up and it allows you just to stay in the game, and before you know it, a partnership's built, and as the fielding team, you're under pressure. You see a change in the bowling here as well, Jum, so a double change.
Yeah, Sisanda and Gobane coming on from the Amgeni end. And Baxi, you speak of as we see the change in bowling here with Sisanda coming on, just straying on the leg side, getting a single there, du Preez. Baxi, you work in the mental space as well for both the boys and the girls space, or the men's and ladies space. And what have you seen, especially in the ladies space, that is brought success to the women's game? From your aspect in terms of the mental space, and what do you also, on the other hand, what do you guys work on from yourselves in terms of that's something that's different in the female space compared to the male space? Or hitter on the pads.
Just a bit outside the line, I think there, Jums. I know if you were standing there, Jums, that was out.
If it's outside the line, it's outside the line, Maxi. It's not out then.
No, Jums, I think it's a good point that you raised there, and it really has been an honor and a privilege, just to sort of be in the space and to build connections with coaches and the players. It's something that I love and something that I feel I'm really privileged to do. Just comes down the wicket there for no run. She's shown that, Jums, that she's been willing to use her feet. The way she shuffled across, use the depth of the crease, and that time advancing down as well.
I'm just trying to put the bowler off a little bit. But Ngobane is not taking much of it. That brings the end of the over. That's 24 overs gone. Baxi, I'm going to leave you, and Voni is going to join you back here.
VVJ, welcome back to the hot seat at Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. The Dragons have put put on a bit of a partnership here and getting themselves back into the game at 107 for 5. Vonnie, you've had some quiet time and a bit of time to reflect. What's your opinion on the state of the game now?
So Alyssa just prompted into mid-wicket for 1. Baxi, yeah, thank you. It's been good. You can see the class of Mignon Dupree coming through, the experience. Just setting it up nicely for her team. Just trying to get a partner involved and try and score as many runs as possible. But you can just see the way she's speaking to her teammates. It's good to see that she's offering the experience, the different situations. Oh, that's a great cricket shot from Mignon Dupree. Leaning on that, heading it through the cover region, past Kawu there at cover for 4. And it's just good to see the experience and the way she's going through her innings. She's gone from gear 1 through gear 2, 3, and it's slowly getting to that gear 4, gear 5 where the runs are coming freely. But she's just been head and shoulders above everybody else, where you can see if she gets bogged down, it doesn't frustrate her. So it's good to see, especially now in this middle period. This is going to be key for both teams basically, because if the Dragons keep going like this, they're going to set up a nice total and then have something to bowl to.
Yeah, Vonnie, you know that old saying or cricket cliche, you can't buy experience at pick and pay, and she's definitely showing that she's got a wealth of experience here, Vonnie. What I really loved about it, I touched on it when Jooms was on air as well, is just the way that she's used her feet, she's used the depth of the crease, she's come down the wicket, she's done it early in the over to disrupt length, and then she's done it later in the over to rotate strike and get herself back on strike again. I think she's been absolutely fantastic, and you said it earlier, VVJ, that she just looks like she has so much time at the crease.
Also, the nice thing is she's used the field to her advantage. We always say to the youngsters and guys playing cricket, you always got to hit the gap. But it's also nice just to see how she's used her crease. Like you say, she's come out, she's gone across, she's gone leg side. She knows her angles and she knows her game plan well enough to know, okay, I can do this and I can do that. And it's not something new where she's just going to run out and just try and hit the ball. So it's good to see, especially there again, just advancing, getting to the pitch of the ball. But it's good for the youngsters to see this, and men or women. It's just using everything available to you and not getting bogged down. She's always looking to score. You can see that she's got nice positive intent. She's obviously not going hell to leather just yet, but she wants to use as much. So then she goes right across, exposing her stumps, but she's trying to use every advantage to get the ball into the gaps and into those angles where there's no fielders. And that's what she's done very well. And her running between the wickets with, the few partners she's had has been good. With the thought of the reverse sweep, changed it to the normal conventional sweep. Very good over from Lubane. Dragons are 113 for 5 after 26. It's just good to see also, I know we're hopping on it, but how calm she is. You try and convey convey these messages to kids coming through pipelines and school teams and club teams, and you've got more time than you think, and we're actually seeing that now unfold with our own eyes. She's not getting flustered, she's playing the ball on the merit, and the bad ball does present itself, and she does hit it to the boundary accordingly. She's not getting frustrated and looking for other things or trying to advance the game. She's playing at her own pace, which is fantastic to see. Oh, that's a great cricket shot. Alyssa joining the party now. Hitting that wide of mid-on for 4. Jade de Figueiredo just getting a touch too straight. Not enough protection on the leg side. This is where I was talking to India Bucks about just being proactive. If she's going to try and attack the stump, she's maybe got to bring somebody up on the offside and vulture a leg-sided field and ask the batter to get through the offside or over.
Yeah, Vonnie, I think you've analysed that and summed that up quite well. I think your point on the composure and the calm of Mignon du Preez. She came in as you see a wide there by Jade de Figueiredo. Mignon du Preez came in Vonnie early on in the power play. The Northwest Dragons ladies were 24 for 2 at that stage, and she just had that calm demeanor about her from the very start. And I think yes, you've got to stay calm and composed, especially when your back's against the wall. It allows you to think clearly, allows you to access your skill set, and she's got through that initial difficult period, and now we see her just moving around the crease and hitting the ball around the ground, and she's well and truly in control. She comes down the wicket this time.
Beautiful cricket shot.
Oh, she's hit that hard, Vonnie.
Hard and nice. It's coming and jump to her ball. But you spot on Bucks, and also there you just see it. She's identified. If Jade's going to bowl this line in length, I'm going to use my feet. I back myself to hit it over the top. She's now caused a change in the field where cover sweepers come up and mid-off has gone back. And then unfortunately the bowlers just dropped it short. Again using the crease well, getting back quick enough, getting on top of it, hitting it into the gap. And that's why I said to you, it just looks like she's so calm. And that's the 50-run partnership between du Preez and Alyssa. Come off 60 balls.
Yeah, Vonnie, you know what? The Northwest Dragons ladies, what they did so well early on, and as they were building that partnership, is that they just rotated strike really well. And when that partnership has now begun to form and sort of getting further and further into it, they're now hitting the boundary as well. And so the Dolphins ladies well and truly under a little bit of pressure here, Vonnie. What we did see from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies was lots of encouragement, lots of hands clapping as that's a shout and the finger goes up by Yamin Godel. That is the breakthrough that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies so desperately needed. Alyssa Urlaben has to make her way back. LBW bowled Ingubane for 17 of 30 balls. Breakthrough for the Dolphins at the right time.
Villiers. He's joining Mignon Dupree, who's on 64 at the moment. Senior player, just having a nice chat to an incumbent batter coming in. Just giving her the rundown, trying to make her feel at ease. Good wicket from the Dolphins, ladies, they needed that. They were staring down the barrel of just accumulating a lot of runs through that partnership. Melissa and Mignon were getting to the groove of things.
Much needed wicket, Bonnie. That partnership was building and looking really threatening to take things away from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. Interested to see now how Mignon Dupree approaches this. Bonnie, she's been going really well. She's hit a few boundaries over the last few overs, and now there's a wicket that's fallen, and she's got De Villiers as a new batter now that joins her at the crease. How does she now adapt the game? Does she keep going, or does she get into a space where she rotates the strike again, gets De Villiers to a place where she's in and there's a partnership that's built, and then looks to accelerate again?
Yeah, you've spot on. She's got to, I wouldn't say go into a shell. You've almost got to keep it ticking just to get the other batter on top of things, get up to speed, and then sort of build that partnership again. Even if you're going and counting every 5 runs, just making sure you've got small targets that you're hitting every single time, and you're communicating that with your partner. You also don't want Dupree to go into a shell and then play a rash shot, because then the Dragons ladies will be under massive pressure. So you almost want to say if I was in Dupree's shoes now, I'll be telling the Villiers, you know what, just get yourself in. If I get a single, play. If you get a few drop balls, it's okay. You can always catch up. But don't do anything rash, don't do anything stupid. Make sure you just, if there's a sweeper, when you try to hit the sweeper, get yourself in, get a feel of the pace of the wickets, see the bowlers, get yourself comfortable again, and you can go from there. There's no winning formula, but you also don't want any one of these two to get out now. If they get out now, they're even more problems. So you're almost trying to get her to sort of jump on board with you and get those singles. She might get a bad ball and hit for 4. So they've just got to play it nice and safe here. Just keep rotating the strike as much as they can. If there's an over or 2 that are maidens, they can catch it up.
As we see a change in the bowling as well, Seshni Naidu comes back on from the Old Fort end. She's into her second spell, Vorni. She's bowled really nicely up front in her first spell. A couple of wickets in it as well. But yeah, Vorni, I think you're spot on. And I think Dupree is going to have to take the most of the strike now as well, as she allows De Villiers to get herself in, and hopefully they build that partnership. Spoke about the Dolphins ladies just going quiet for a bit there as that partnership built. That wicket was much needed. We can hear them again, Vorni, from the stands. Lots of hands clapping, body language looks positive again, and a wicket does that to you.
They've just got to try and find that energy that they get from a wicket, even when there's a partnership, just to carry it on, because a moment of brilliance can change the outlook of a game. A one-handed grab, a run out, 2 wickets in a row, things like that happen, and they just need to keep believing and not just go into their shell once there's a partnership, because then you're starting again from scratch. Then your bowlers are going to start from scratch. They've got to find the confidence to get a few dot balls together. So you want that energy and that intensity to stay with you as much as possible throughout the 50 overs. I know it's long, but that's what you try and strive to do. And I'm sure the coaches would obviously pick that up and just relay that to the ladies and it's an ever growing thing where you keep learning and you keep growing and you keep doing it. And once you keep doing it, that's when you start connecting all the dots and you start producing that winning culture or that hunger to fight until the very end.
Yeah. That brings the end of the over. The Northwest Dragons ladies 128 for 6. Mignon de Priya on 65 years. New to the crease. Still not off the mark. She faced 9 balls. That run rate body still at 4.4 runs to the over. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies, as well as looking to strike, are going to have to make sure they bring that run rate down. Still some time left in the game. Bonnie still 21 overs to bat. The rest of this Northwest Dragons team can bet around Rupiah. They should set a competitive total.
And even if you are the Northwest Dragons coach, you're almost telling your batters coming in, don't give a wicket away. Even if you don't score many runs, just stay there with Dupriya. Just keep her company. She suffers across again, sweeping. And he's sticking to the single.
Yeah.
You're almost saying, just build a fort.
Yeah.
Just stay there as long as possible. Try and ride out these 50 overs because yes, number 8 is in now with the videos. But if one of them just get in and they score a valuable 15 or 20 or 25, while Priya keeps obviously oiling the machine, next minute they've got a batter that's got 100 and everybody else contributing.
No, spot on, Gordy, and I'm sure that's the message that's being sent from the dugout to the team as well. Stick with her. Mignon's obviously got to make sure that she's nice and responsible. She faces the majority of the balls and she keeps oiling the machine, as you've said. Gave to see her just shuffle across that time. At that time, the ball being outside the line, that was never going to be out. Gordy, and I think for the Dolphins, they've got to keep the energy up. They've got to keep clapping. They've got to keep encouraging. They've got to stay proactive, like they were earlier in the game when they were on top. And yeah, they've just got to frustrate here. The opposition will play good shots. As you said, they will bat well in periods, and when that happens, you've got to stay in the game. You've got to stay focused ball by ball, and I think most importantly, stay composed as that partnership builds. As that one is just lofted over extra cover, it'll only be the one.
That's well played from De Villiers, taking the risk, knowing that you can hit it over cover, not getting all of it, but over though, and getting that scoreboard tickle again.
Just a little bit like how I play golf, Bonnie, everything goes over cover.
Looks at my 30 overs. Track to 132 for 6. As they always say, you can double it. Like that, that's basically it's a relatively tough sporting to do. Okay, as I said that the videos is playing across the line. It starts well off. It's passing on herself.
Northwest Dragons, batters not happy. Literally, De Villiers with an opportunity there and just sort of touching herself in the helmet, saying, "Look ahead of the game." He makes her way back to the dugouts. The Dolphins with another wicket. Setsi Naidu with the third with 40. Shortly, some centre there, Body, or is that just club cricket?
I think it's club cricket.
But with your stats, asking today, getting the ball on the line, see what people return. And this is the second show. The Dolphins are on top. They've got it split. They've got to make sure that they keep the foot in the table. They Dolphins are for 160. Try to be a client for as long as possible. Just nice now.
Tiberi to the crease, Vorney, and I think that has to be the message. Dupree has got to face the next 20 overs. And that one's chipped, and it just bounces short of extra cover.
It's almost like a nervous prod. Not waiting for the ball to get to her. Maybe just a bit nervous. She needs to watch the ball, play it as late as possible.
That extra cover just comes in a few steps there and straight back to the bowler. That's caught and bowled, and that's 4 for Seshni Naidu. Tiberi not going to be happy with that. Mignon Priya running out of partners. Surely she can't be left stranded here, Bonnie. That's the way I like it. Beaming for the speakers.
That's why the Dolphins ladies are liking it at the moment. I mean, you don't want to create to get straight. You want to. She's played so well. Built her foundation. Built her innings up so nicely. You wanted to get 100. But again, also the Dolphins won the last 2 wickets. So hopefully we can get a bit of both worlds. So would be quite sad if she does get dead stranded. She's done all the hard work for her side. Seshni Naidu's bowled unbelievably well. Again, she's throwing it above the eye line. Letting the ball do the talking. The left was Sabodi's coming into the wicket now. Left-hander, she'll be facing Naidu.
Seshni Naidu immediately changing to accommodate for the left-hander. Vorney, she comes around the wicket. She's bowled nicely. She's got 4. She deserves 5. Seshni is definitely going to attack the stumps here, Vorney, but I agree with you that slip needs to be in. You could even almost take the cover out. It's hitting that ball through cover is going against the angle. It's going against the spin as well. Take the cover out, leave the covers open, get a slip in, get your catching extra cover.
I'd be more adventurous and say to the tail ender, you know what, I'm taking Car out. Hit across the line. If she gets it right, give her 1 or 2 shots and then you can change it. But brand new batter, I would definitely be playing with her subconscious here.
You get that wrong though, Vorney. You deal with Mignon Dupree in the change room. What's worse?
I think stranding your senior batter out in the middle is a lot worse.
Seshni Naidu has been brilliant, Vorney. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 25 at 3.1 runs to the over. She's been phenomenal.
And she's been ably assisted by Ngabani, also bowling very well. Not getting much reward, but doing a job for her side. She also kept being on the creek very quiet of late in the last 2 overs.
132 for 8 here, Voni. We spoke about the message coming out of the Northwest Dragons ladies.
Wow. Sorry. Wow. What a great sweep.
The better way to describe that.
Power. Just into the gap, flew across this pristine outfield. I also think, looking at the situation now, 136 for 8. I'm also, on the other hand, going, when I was playing, I'd go the more adventurous route and say, you know what, Mignon, go and try and get your 100.
Agreed.
Try and do it yourself. Try and get there as quickly as possible. If you take a risk and it doesn't come off, okay, cool. Unfortunately, execution wasn't there.
Yeah, that's got to be the message now. Surely, Voni, it's got to be the message.
Because she's 29 runs away. 29 runs onto the Dragons total. That's over 150. It's not the greatest, but there's something to bowl to.
Getting offside almost every ball now. Voni just opening up that leg side and looking to beat the fielders on the leg side. We saw that sweep shot earlier in the over. Power and placement. She comes down the wicket this time, looks to get that through extra.
Almost think to yourself, if you're in Mignon's shoes now, you've gone across.
Again, gone across and hits the gap once again. That's one bounce, 4.
8 off that over. One, you're not happy about that last delivery. Gone across. Almost you trying to say to just stand still and maybe get that reverse sweep out. It's only the point fielder to beat anyway, so just another option for a scoring shot.
We did see earlier in the things, Voni, she pulled out the reverse sweep and then very quickly went back onto the sweep.
Not very comfortable playing that shot probably.
She's been so good through the offside and the way that she's rotated strike, and then we're just seeing her turn it on now. Voni, she moves to 75 of 83. Seshni Naidu into a 9th over now to Setlodi. See her bring the cover fielder into the ring, and the Shlubi made her way to the cover boundary. Seshni Naidu just calling her in. She's got mid-wicket in. It's an almost catching position. Goes straighter, and that one just hit back to her. Seshni holds the key to clean up here. I feel Voni, if she can take one more with her. Obviously, Mignon's got no choice really at this stage. She's got to go, so to speak. She's got to turn it on for the team, but also for herself. Not far away, like you said. Seshni Naidu just varying her pace really well here. She's really quick through the air in her first spell. Just giving it a little bit more flight here to the tail enders. Like you said, just a little bit of enticement, Voni.
Setlodi she's blocking well here. Very surprising. She's left one.
Slow again. Oh. Googly.
Well bowled again from Naidu. Almost egging her on just to survive these next 2 deliveries. Oh, it's a fine edge. Past Khan's hands. Running down to the boundary for 4. Valuable runs there.
Voni, we spoke about the slip in the last over. We said get the cover out. You said get the cow corner out, get a slip into the new batter. That would have been 5, and that would have been her first 5 for Voni in ODI cricket.
well played. Another good over from Naidu coming to an end. Dragons have moved to 144 for 8. 33rd over.
That rate's still healthy. Vaughan at 4.4 runs and over. Although the Dolphins have taken wickets, the Northwest Dragons ladies have somehow found a way to keep that rate over 4, which is crucial. Just allow them to stay in the game even though they were losing wickets.
We see a change at the Mgani end.
Ayanda Shlubi.
Back into the attack. Do you feel that Dupriya would like the pace coming back onto the bat? Space on the leg side. They've only got a mid-on, deep and wicket, deep square leg. Fine leg going back. Ring field on the off side. Everybody up. It's your third man. Wow. Wow. I wouldn't even say that's a off tracker. Minion Dupree getting on top of the bounce. Proper swing not across the line, but towards the leg side. Hit with immense power in front of square. Quickly gone. Try and stop it.
We spoke about the time that she has at the crease, Bonnie, and like you said, that wasn't a rank long hop, wasn't it? That was back of her length and she's latched onto it so quickly.
And the timing, my goodness. Good reply from Klubi. Straight into the block hole.
Just walks down and slaps
shot.
that through extra cover for Minion. Yeah.
That's the problem you get when you got a batter in and you give them a little bit of your length is not where it should be.
The ball, and she has to make her way back to the dugout. Minion Dupriya out on 83.
Vaughan, a lot happened since I've left. It's a good stop.
So Claudia trying to get into the thick of things now, trying to get a few boundaries for her team.
Vaughan, I think they should be attacking the stumps here, trying to just close off this innings. Like we said, inside the 35th over. Back to the leg side.
Beautifully bowled again, using that pace. The slower you bowl to a tail ender, the better. Enticing them to have a go. Can't block the whole day. Still would like to see a slip involved.
She changes to over the wicket to the right-hander. I agree with you there, Vaughan. I think a slip, a bit more of attacking field. I see she is making a few changes, bringing the players off the boundary into the ring here on both the offside and the leg side as she comes over the wicket.
Sweep.
Sweep for Garrido,
Hey,
and
there we go.
there we go.
Five wickets for essentially Naidu.
That's her first fifer for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. A huge effort, very well done to Seshni Naidu. She picks up 5 wickets, gets her first fifer for the Dolphins ladies, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies, and as that ends the innings for the Northwest Dragons. Only before we close for lunch, how would you sum up that innings? Do you think the Dolphins, I know they're happier of the two camps, but we have to commend that innings from Mentorship Dupriya. A very well played innings there.
You can just see the class. She batted the way she bats. first time she hasn't timed the ball today. But she really played unbelievably well.
No, that is massive.
Not really getting any partners to bat with her and for a long period of time.
No, I agree with you. As you see the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies clap off Seshni Naidu. Her first fifer for the Dolphins. And she's well accepted there by Renav, the physio of the Dolphins, and I'm sure they'll be extremely satisfied as a coaching group. Now 153, 154 to get as we close off the first innings here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. We'll see you guys after lunch. No, 30 minutes lunch.
Sure. I saw one champion running up the stairs. I saw that run up the stairs.
I'll check it. I'll just check Dolphins at that point then?
The Dolphins will obviously be trying to avoid against that Jooms as that over comes to an end. 3 for 1, not the way they would have liked to start, but they've got to battle through and they've got to make sure they get to lunch without the loss of another wicket. Both these batters, Jooms, Yasmin Khan and Courtney Gounden, both very experienced, and they'll be drawing on all that experience now in a tricky situation before lunch.
I couldn't agree more there, Baxi. Slowly coming from the Amgheni end. Forward defensive there by Yasmin Khan. Good start here for Shashlodi. She'll also be looking to be as consistent as her colleague on the other end.
Just a hint of shape. Jooms away from the right-hander, just ever so subtly, just going away from the bat. Yasmin Khan, what I really enjoy about her, Jooms, is just the way she sets up and I think she's got a really simple but effective technique. Holds shape really well, as we see her on the drive there. A little bit uppish, but really good setup, holds shape really well. Textbook sort of batsman.
Yeah, Yasmin Khan, like we said, played around the world, played in the World Cup qualifiers, so she's played against international bowlers. Again, uppish and gone. Yasmin Khan, we just spoke about it. You mentioned it, uppish, good delivery, good line and length. She's gone for 1. 2 experienced batters gone just before lunch. This period is a very tricky period, Baxi. I think they need you down there in the mental space there, Baxi.
Seems to still be something in the wicket there. Jooms still a little bit slow. We spoke about all the rain that we've had so far this week in Durbs, and the wicket just holding a little bit. Yasmin Khan, we've praised the Jooms just a little bit early on the last couple of deliveries and paid the price. She makes her way back to the change room.
But Baxi, I must commend the bowler there. She stuck to her line and length. The previous ball we spoke about, you mentioned it, uppish, but she stuck there. She knew, because that could have easily pierced the fielder, gone for 4, the previous ball, but she stuck into that area. She stuck to her plans, and she got Yasmin in the next over, in the next ball. As you see, Asamkele Kau comes to the crease. Isishle was the bowler earlier, so 2 sisters are playing in the same team. That must be fantastic for the Kau family. As you see, Asamkele take guard here. Dolphins 3 for 2 in a bit of a spot of bother, but if we can see a bit of a partnership here between Gounden and Asamkele, I am sure that they'll be a bit more relieved heading into the lunch interval.
3 for 2, the Dolphins will need that partnership that you speak of, Jooms. Kau's a nice calm head, knowing a little bit about her, nice and calm. Very simple sort of game. She'll wait for the ball, she'll hit the ball nice and late. As she gets in, she'll look to work the ball around, and I think the Dolphins will need some of that now. Nice and late again, plays that under her eyes, and that's the end of the over. 3 for 2. The Northwest Dragons ladies off to the perfect start, Jooms.
Shetlodi, wicket maiden there, definitely she'll be happy with that, and she's backing up her colleague, the bowler on the other end, just went for 3, she's got a maiden, so the pressure is on both sides, and I think at the beginning of the innings of the Northwest Dragons, you can say, that's where the partnership in bowling also works. We speak of partnerships in batting, but it also works in bowling. If you can put pressure on both ends, and we felt in the beginning, Baxi, you and I also mentioned it, that in the beginning of the Dolphins bowling innings and the Northwest of batting, the one end, they were just getting a bit of runs, impetus on the one end from McDonald du Preez and others, and that allowed them to be a bit more circumspect on the other end.
You speak about partnerships, Jooms, and you're spot on. You've got a bat and bowl in partnerships. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies are most certainly needing a partnership right now. Jooms, I think, with the lunch break, with the lunch interval nearing, sometimes you come out of the present as a batter and you're sort of looking at, okay, how long do we need to get to lunch, and you focus there in the future, when really you've just got to come back to the moment and be focused on one ball at a time. That old cliche, it's that one ball at a time, and you give 100% to each and every ball that you face, and I think if you do that, you're giving yourself the best chance. I think the other thing, Jooms, with a shorter session just before the lunch interval, is that sometimes you can get too defensive, and so you see a shot like Yasmin Khan's as well. Maybe if she's put her hands through that and she's really hit it as she normally would, that might then clear the fielder or go through the field, and I think it's a lesson there. Although you want to get to lunch, you still got to stay in the moment, but you've also got to stay positive throughout.
Yeah, I think that's the key, finding that balance between being a bit more circumspect as well as being a bit more positive at the same time. I was here, even with the Dragons as well, bowling good lines and lengths, attacking the stumps. Again, uppish there by Gounden. See, the field hasn't changed much. They just got both fine leg and third man back on the boundary. So they know they're going to attack the stumps. They're going to keep it a bit straighter. She did go earlier in the over, bowl a bit wider. Let Gounden try and take on the bat. She just missed the bat there. Uppish in the air and just clears the fielder there for one. Heart in mouth stuff here, Baxi.
Courtney, I think she's played the right shot there, Jooms. A genuine short ball. Looks to just have rushed her a little bit. It's caught her high on the bat, and luckily for her, it's just evaded that mid-on fielder. But I think that's the right sort of mindset. You get a ball that's within your strengths, and if you think you can put it away, you do that. I think Court's she's decent on the short ball, Jooms, so she gets a ball like that, and you've got to try and put it away. And as we see, Nini just back on the money there again. She's been really good with that line and length, like you said. Just do the simple stuff well, and with that brings the end of the over. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies 4 for 2. And I think, although there's only been 3 overs that have gone, that's the first over. They haven't lost the wicket, so yeah. I think something positive there.
100%, and you speak of that positive mindset, and I think those small targets need to be achieved. You didn't lose a wicket this over, take the positives from that. Played some good shots. She's strong on the pull shot, like you mentioned. Carry on with that. They might, but also they nearly can get a wicket. So Northwest might still carry on with a bit of short deliveries, and Courtney needs to get a bit of confidence and take it on. She batted very well last week against the SWD Badgers. I must say she batted really well as well. Got a bit of a start as well last week in that match. As we see, the bowler again straighter and played onto the leg side. Sam Kelekau obviously just north of 3, and Courtney Gounden 1 of 7. Run rate has stagnated, has come to a bit of a stop, but they just have to now find their way, find the gaps, take the singles.
Ball by ball, Jooms. Courtney Gounden just hitting that down the ground, but yeah, ball by ball, just nice and present, doing your best in the moment. Gounden will have to adjust here as well. Seth Lodi very different to Sabi saying Nini. Nini just a little bit quicker, quite skiddy as well. Jooms, Seth Lodi just a little bit slower Gandon's going to have to wait on the ball, just hold her shape and hit the ball nice and late. We saw Yasmin Khan falling to that a little bit earlier, just a little bit earlier on the shot and losing her wicket. That shape coming into the left-hander here as well. Seth Lodi bowling with a 6-3 offside field, so lots of spaces in the leg side. Gandon will just have to be patient, allow her to come onto the legs and then pick her off.
Seems a bit of a change in the field here with the line that she's bowling. They've taken out their gully and moved her to square leg. With the line and length that she's currently bowling, she's attacking the leg, she's attacking the leg side, but straighter, I should say. She's attacking the stumps as well. So again, bringing that LBW into play. There we go, straight up into the air. The keeper comes underneath it and takes a brilliant catch. Again, that same line, that same length. Courtney just mistiming that. And the keeper taking a brilliant catch there.
Courtney Gandon just threw the shot too early. Once again, we spoke about having to adjust to the pace of the two different bowlers and the pace on the wicket. Just threw the shot a little bit too early, top edge, and a brilliant catch by the wicketkeeper.
Coquetzo Leseniego was the wicketkeeper. A brilliant catch there by Coquetzo. Coming straight down, running straight down. And you know what, timing those catches are very difficult. You assume with the gloves everything is taken, but those ones are actually the most difficult ones.
Phenomenal catch, Jooms. I agree with you, and with that,
Sakin Giovanni joins Asishne Kau, joins Asamkele Kau at the crease. Giovanni in the side. They need a partnership here, but so 4 for 3. They always say, if you lose many wickets in the power play, it doesn't look good for the rest of the match. But cricket's a funny game.
funny game it is, Jooms, and I think that's why we love it. Still lots of time left in the game. Perfect start, no doubt, for the Northwest Dragons ladies, as Inyovane faces her first ball. Just nice and compact on defense there. Inyovane, Jooms, in her first season with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies, she's made the move from the SWD Badgers. She's had a good start to the season as well, some runs early in the season, and the Dolphins are definitely going to need some more runs from her today.
Yeah, Baxi, you mentioned that she's come from SWD. There's actually been 2 players that have moved down from SWD down to the Dolphins, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies side.
Michaela Andrews, the other, injured today, Jooms.
Yeah, last week played a fantastic innings as well in the 50 over. She actually kept that innings going. I must say, being out there in the middle, played some fantastic shots. It was great to see, and also for her first home game against SWD for the Dolphins, against her old side actually.
Yeah.
So it was good for her to get one up, if I want to call it that. But unfortunately, she injured herself in the latter part of the game, and couldn't continue for the T20 as well as today. And I'm sure they're missing that, and I spoke to Vonnie about it. They're missing a Nicole de Klerk. They're missing Michaela Andrews, just to give that innings a bit of impetus, get it a bit going. They are your big hitters. They've done it before, played against in the emerging side, especially with Nicole doing well overseas, and now coming back after the off season to hopefully bring that experience back here and take her personal game to the next level. But unfortunately, both have been injured for these matches.
As Kau just flicks that one away, just in front of square, and that beats the fine leg fielder, and that is the first boundary of the innings.
The score moves on to 8 for 3. Asamkele Kau, about time. They're a bit too straight by the bowler there. Straight into the pads of Kau, just flicking it to square leg. They're not getting too flustered here, the Dragons. They're keeping the same field. They're letting her bowl to her lines, bowl to her lengths.
This time drives through the offside, a bit of a misfield in the covers, and they scamper through for the single.
Baxi, I have to ask, just before the lunch break coming up here, with Seshi Naidu taking a fifer, Spinner taking the fifer, do you bring Spinner on just before lunch to try and get another wicket or two here? Get the Dolphins into a spot of bother, 4 down, 5 down at lunch. Is that the way to go?
Jums, personally, I think the seam has done well. The Dolphins now moved to 10 for 3, and so with the seamers taking 3 wickets and still very early, we're only in the 5th over here, Jums. I would say you keep this the seam on. You let them go. They're doing well, and you're hopeful that they will take another 1 or 2. You spoke about the players that are injured, Jums. You spoke about the players that are back in the hut. However, the 2 batters at the crease are highly competent as well, and they'll need to put their hand up and put in a big shift and play a big innings here for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies.
Kept out there by Samkele Kau. Very good to keep it out there. They bowled extremely well, just 6 off that over. 4 and 2 singles. 10 for 3 after 5. Halfway through the power play here. I think the remainder of the overs here in the power play, the Dolphins want to go unscathed. No more loss of wickets. Seamers can continue from the Umpiring end as well.
Yeah, the best over for the Dolphins there, Jums. First boundary of the innings as well, hitting that over, and they'll need to look to continue that, but again, not to get too far ahead of themselves. Just one ball at a time. Give your best to every ball.
I see Kanda walking down the staircase there, out early on.
Seth Lodi to continue. She bowls to Asake and Yovane. Good line and length again, just on and around that off stump. And Yovane has been impressive, Jums, for the Dolphins so far. This season, obviously, got a lot of hard work to do here this game. Really solid on defense. I really like the way she sets up as well. Obviously not to put the mockers on, but really good setup. She cuts that away, beats the point fielder, and that goes for 4. Brilliant shot.
I must say there, Baxi, she used her feet really well there. Similar to Mingnon Dupia, playing with around in the crease, gave her a bit of space and cut it away past the point fielder for 4. Positive intent. She hasn't got bogged down by the scoreboard. She hasn't let it affect her, and she's taken the challenge to the bowlers. I like that. She's taking the game to the bowlers. Even though Sotodi has bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, she hasn't allowed her to just stay on her line and then. Now attacked her, hasn't let her get on top of things against her, and Asake Nyobane is 5 or 4 now. So again, using her feet really well, and I think that's what worked well in the first innings as well with Mingnon Dupree. As you can see, the success of that.
Crucial point you mentioned there, Jums, where you said she hasn't gotten bogged down by the scoreboard. I think that's so important. You know, you could look up at the scoreboard now, the wonderful new big screen here at Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. You spoke about all the developments that have happened, Jums, but yeah, you look up at that wonderful scoreboard and you see your team is 10 for 3 at that stage, and you know it could cause you to panic. Again, you've got to come back down to the moment, play what's in front of you, and I think she's done that really well. They'll need to continue in that vein also, Jums, ball by ball. And then I think for the Northwest Dragons ladies, Jums, they've got to make sure that they don't get complacent. You've got to keep putting the ball in the right area. You don't have to try too much. You've got to keep it nice and simple. Keep doing what you've been doing. Keep encouraging and supporting there'll obviously be pressure that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies will be under, so keep the verbals going as well. But do the basic stuff well. You get complacent here when you have a team 14 for 3, and you could very quickly find yourself chasing the game.
She hits that to the leg side. They're turning back for 2. This is good running. I like that. Like you said, Giovanni's going with positive intent. That ends the over there. 16 for 3 are the Dolphins after 6. We've got about 10 minutes left remaining before lunch here. So you're looking at around another 2 to 3 overs, and I'm sure they're gonna try and get through as many as possible here. Try and get through it as quick as possible. But yeah, Baxi, you speak of the massive scoreboard here. It's a fantastic LED screen here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. A massive investment by Mr. Heinrich Stadium and the stadium team. We spoke about it earlier. These subtle changes are showcasing what Durban has and what the stadium has to offer. Just that fan experience, that stadium experience is something really special. You know, we speak of Wanderers, we speak of Newlands, because of what they have to offer. The Bull Ring, the massive stadium in Johannesburg, it comes with so much of history. When you go to Newlands, you have the mountain, the beautiful Table Mountain in your eye line. But here, when you come to beautiful Durban, you got the ocean on the left-hand side. You've got a beautiful stadium. The Chow Corner is open downstairs, and I must say, tomorrow's game is also going to be a cracker here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, where the Hollywoodbets Dolphins men take on the Warriors, whilst the ladies move to Chatsworth Oval. Again, another venue. As she hits that through, fantastic drive there by Samkele Kau. Oh, brilliantly fielded down at the boundary. They only keep that to 3. Baxi, another venue of ours at a community-based field in Chatsworth. Chatsworth love cricket. They really enjoy this. They really enjoy the game, and I'm sure they'll come out to support. And many of these girls ladies come from Chatsworth. Courtney Gounden, born and bred in Chatsworth, come through the system. Slight injury there. We got a stoppage in play here.
Yeah, Jim, you're spot on, and the developments at the stadium have been absolutely incredible. The new pylons, as Bonnie mentioned earlier, have arrived, and those will go up soon, and it's just going to be incredible to see the stadium under lights with the new LEDs. It's going to be fantastic. In Chatsworth Oval, you mentioned it, also lots of history. A community that's massive on cricket, and there's a hub there as well. What a privilege to have the hub based at a stadium with an indoor centre, turf wickets, groundskeepers, and really keep that stadium in good nick, and our viewers will get to see that on display tomorrow.
No, I'm sure they'll come out and support in their numbers. Like you said, the hub has so many amenities, such as an indoor centre, turf nets to at their disposal, and you'll see them now producing players. They're producing now with our boys and girls regional sides. You'll see them producing a lot of players, even coaches as well. We've got a coach that's coming through the system, newly appointed head coach in that hub and in Chatsworth, and they've now also been given an opportunity with the assistant coaches. As we see Giovanni hit that to the leg side just for a single. I think good over here, 5 so far off the over. Apologies, 4 so far off the over. Feels like a bit of a long over with that injury. There has been a substitute that has come on.
Just trying to catch the name of the player, Jums. Seems to just be just hobbling around the side of the boundary, making her way back to the dugout. A little bit of a limp, looks a little bit uncomfortable.
Good support coming from the dugout there for the batters at the crease. She's just sticking to her line and length here. Is Mimi not changing anything?
Just trying to catch that if that is Sethlodi that's hurt herself. Jums and making away with the field. As we just see that one from Kau again, nice soft hands. Jums, I think it is. Sethlodi started so well. She's got the big wicket of Yasmin Khan and unfortunately has hurt herself fielding on the boundary, and she makes her way off the field. Will she play further parts in the game? That's yet to see as Inyovane goes down the ground.
Good stop there.
Diving stop at mid-on, just keeping that for one, and
22 for 3 are we? After 7, Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies, 22 for 3 after 7. 5 minutes left before lunch here. I think this service is ticking over. I think the Dragons will be a slightly happier change room going into lunch. But nevertheless, I think it is Sethlodi that was injured, and you can see a change of bowling here. On the Umpiring end.
a little bit of a partnership building here for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. Jums, we spoke about them not going into their shell, even though it's a short session before lunch. You still want to remain positive. Kau and Inyovane have done that. Jums 9 of 12 and 9 of 10 respectfully.
With the Tuto Tibedi coming into the attack now. Actually, I call it spinner on this end. I know maybe it's before his injury brought it on. But definitely I think if they can get to an over here, quick over here, you never know what might come of it. They still have to settle. Batters now have to rethink what are their plans, how they gonna work against Tibedi here. As you can see, Niwani looking around, she's seeing the change in the field, looking where the gaps are. So they're taking off third man, fine leg.
This ball will only be 3 overs old, Jums. And so spin on with the new ball. It always presents a little bit of a different challenge, as we see in Giovanni just cutting that one away for 2. Ball might just skid on a little bit, Jums. We might not see much turn with the new ball, but it'll skid on. Tibedi would need to be on and around the stumps here, and the Dolphins batters will need to adjust. They'll need to have a little bit of a look, get a feel for what's coming out of the arm, and then go from there. As Giovanni comes down the wicket, Chinese cuts that into the vacant fine leg area, and she gets 2 more.
I would have missed time on that shot. She used her feet well again. She's using her feet well. She's trying to put the bowler off her in. Bowler had come in there and she got a bit of a bottom edge on a Chinese cut. Good fielding, just taken 2 there. And Giovanni moves on to 13. Full, just leaves that outside the off stump. Great, good delivery there. Yeah, Baxi, we speak of giving it to the bowlers and bowlers having a bit more of a leeway. You'd see on the adjacent wicket, ready for tomorrow's game between the Hollywood Dolphins men and Warriors, is 2 blue lines, and I'm sure the spectators and the ones watching us online are also wondering what those are about and why they're not on the women's wicket today. Again, wide delivery. So Baxi on that with the blue lines, if a ball lands within those blue lines, within the wicket and the blue line, it won't be a wide anymore down the leg side. But in the women's game, where they have not come out with that just yet. Oh, upish into the gap. Giovanni taking 2. Oh, heart to mouth here. That was a chance, you would say. If the kilo slightly finer, who knows, might have carried. Run a ball, yeah, I think that's what she needs to do.
A little bit of extra bounce on that, just finding a thick outside edge, Jums, and Fielder would have been in with a shout there. if she put a dive in, but the ball always going away from her. Interesting new well there, Jums, with the wide rule, and we'll see that on display tomorrow at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, as you've mentioned. A little bit of air that time, and Giovanni looking to guide that down to third man, misses out, and that brings the end of the over. 30 for 3, 3 twos in that over. The Dolphins have run well there, Jums, and they've got themselves to a place where they're building a partnership and they're getting themselves back into the game. We should see another over or two before the lunch break, Jums, or is that the players walking off for lunch now?
Yeah, it's 12:40. That's they've taken lunch. That's brilliant. As you see the umpires walk off, batters walk off. Actually, before we close for the session, 30 for 3. And Giovanni got a bit of a start here. I think it'll be a great second session coming up after lunch.
Yeah, I think heading into lunch, Jums, the Northwest Dragons ladies will be the happier of the two camps. If you gave them 3 wickets at lunch before the start of this little session, they definitely would have taken it. The Dolphins, they've sort of put together a little partnership there. So 30 for 3, they won't be happy with that, but it is what it is, Jums. They'll have to go to lunch, they'll have to regroup and come back in and with a target of 154, Jums, and another 125 runs to win. They're going to need to knuckle down. They're going to need to continue to build this partnership and get themselves over the line. They're at home. They're at Kingsmead, which has become a fortress for the Dolphins, and they're going to need to play well, and they're going to need to dig really. Something that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies have been speaking about is, to use ocean language, that the treasure and trophies is found right at the bottom of the ocean, where it's deep and dark, and they're really going to have to dig deep if they want to come out with a win here. With that, Jums, we'll head to lunch as well, along with the players, and we'll see you again at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium after lunch.
welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. Hopefully your lunch was as good as ours. Hollywoodbets women are 30 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, welcome back, Voni.
We had an interesting passage of play just before lunch, James.
Yeah, there was 3 wickets down, 30 runs, built up slight partnership here. You know, it's a tricky period, and Baxi and I were chatting about it. It's a tricky period, that half an hour, you know, like how you get, and I'm sure you guys have experienced it when you were playing, in your playing days, Voni. 1 hour before tea you in, or 1 hour before end day's play, especially in 4-day cricket, you're actually a bit concerned. Oh, what a catch! She swept that. Asam Kele Kau. Rash shot, unnecessary at this point, Voni.
She was practicing it just on the side of the field, just before they walked onto the wicket. Didn't need to do that. Need to try and build a partnership. Dolphins are reeling at 30 for 4 at the moment.
Voni, I was before the wicket I was chatting. I'm sure you guys must have felt it, you as a top order batter as well. That period that you come in, that hour, half an hour before the end of play, or before that interval, is always a tricky one.
Yeah, it's you against the world basically. You're hiding to nothing. You try and survive. Also, you want to try and score some runs. You don't want to just, I wouldn't say defend, but just try not to lose your wickets. It's a very tough period. As we've seen now, it just, that period's now just kicked into the Dragons' favour. They've taken 4 quick wickets. Dolphins ladies have got to just now consolidate and try and get a partnership here. Try and build up something that they can try and launch their attack a little bit later on and try and get these runs and not be left high and dry with losing by 10 or 15 or 20 runs.
So they got spin on both ends.
Sorry, for our viewers, it's Yanae Winster came into attack from the old Fort Road end. A wicket with her second ball.
Good shot out to the leg side there for 1. Actually off the mark. Yeah, Voni, you know, when you think of that period, like you said, you want to be positive. You wanna take it to the bowlers, but you also have to look to defend. And I think that's where it just became a bit unstuck for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies against Winster. Great bowling here. She's really bowling straight and following her same line and length. She's trying to attack the stumps, get an LBW here.
It's a great over from Yanae Winster, conceding 1 run, taking the 1 wicket. Also, just sitting on the side, observing Jooms, you just almost think that those first 3 wickets, or even the 4th one now, just soft dismissals. Just Hollywood's ladies just taking a little bit of a complacency, trying to play their shots normally what they would do, just throwing the wickets away unnecessary. I mean, almost feel for them because, like I said, in that situation, you can't win either way. So, well done to the Dragons. They've taken the opportunities. They've taken some good catches. Bowlers have bowled to their plans. They've bowled well.
You see, in this game, I just felt like there's a lot of similarities where wickets are falling even on the Dragons side. However, with the Dragons, they had that one player that went deep. They always say go deep and you'll catch in. And I think that's where Mignon du Preez did well. She took it deep. She went. She got in. She got stuck in. Got to a 50. And even though wickets are falling around, those small partnerships got them to 1. got them over to.
Oh. Bit of miscommunication from the two batters. Yeah, you're right, Jim. So, I mean, if it wasn't for her 83, I think the game would be nearly done. But she batted absolutely well. She manipulated the field to where she wanted to score runs. Bad ball went to the boundary. She rotated the strike very well. Obviously not getting enough partners just to do the same thing. Some more good fielding by the Dragons ladies. Just feel that these two at the crease now need to do the same thing. Maybe not getting it in boundaries, but just rotating the strike, getting themselves in, get used to the wickets, get used to the pace, the turn, the bounce. If the seamers come on, hitting through the line of the ball.
It's a great cut shot. Misfield, but they haven't taken a single. That brings an end to the over. One ball remaining. That's a wide.
You can see the bowler's plan. They're just trying to throw it a little bit wider. Toss on your Varney to try and drive that through the covers. Well bowled.
Excellent bowling.
She's giving it some nice flight. Trying to get it to turn away from the bat. It's into the power play. 10 overs. Dolphins are reeling at 33 for 4. Same stage, the Northwest Dragons ladies were 38 for 3 after 10 overs. So almost similar. It's 5 runs difference. The wicket more from the Dolphins. Need to consolidate to get a partnership going here. Asking the question. Oh, she's been bowled through her legs. Another wicket for Winster. Session Naidu trying to just guide that through to square leg for 1. Got straight through her legs. Hits a leg stump. Dolphins ladies are now reeling at 33 for 5. And in walks the captain, the ever reliable Zinke Mahdi. Need to try and build a partnership here with Giovanni.
Only 33 for 5. They really need Naidu's gone.
Yeah, she's just trying to play that through to square leg for 1. It's gone through her legs. Just clipping the leg stump on the way through. Captain's got to play a captain's knock here.
It's a great bowling display here by Northwest. They've really taken it on here.
Sweeping already, first ball.
Same with her partners before that, her teammates before that also going for those shots, getting caught at fine leg. I see some good bowling by Winston here.
Sweep again, a little bit of a top edge. 1 bounce to the square leg fielder.
Winster. Yanni Winster. So some great bowling here.
Go short. Again, not getting all of it. Looping over the square leg fielder. They stick to a single. You almost feel that Inyavani's got to play a Dupree sort of innings. Try and get a partner on the other side. Just rotating a strike. So a few gaps as the square leg goes down to the boundary.
You know, they speak of body language, Voni, and it's critical in the game, and you can see the positive body language of the Northwest Dragons ladies. They can feel they are in the driving seat here. You can see they're fielding really well, keeping those 2s to 1s, making sure they get through the overs.
There's a lot of chatter, a lot of clapping. You can also see the intent that they're walking in the ring, trying to save that single.
Again, just knocked onto the leg side. That ends the over there. 11 overs done. 36 for 5, chasing 153 here. I think Voni, if you're in the Dolphins change room as a coach, you'd have to look at small targets. Getting to 50, we spoke earlier, getting to 75, then 100. I know it seems far away right now, 100, but they have to look at small targets and knock away. And even if they come out on the losing end, I think there has to be some personal targets that you want to reach to ensure that you gain something from the match to take into the next fixture.
Tight single.
Ooh!
Direct hit from the field at square leg. One who makes a ground.
Great run. That's a great throw there.
Well, you're right, James, but also you look at the scoreboard and you like a rare laugh almost. There's still a good number of overs left. Even as a coach, you'd be saying, just stick it out. As tough as it may be, just stick it out. Try and bat as long as you can. And yes, if they don't get to the target, try and get as close to it as possible. Give yourself that opportunity to try and score as many runs as you can. As you see slowly, as they start rotating the strike, the fielders hanging back in the ring, trying to save that single. Cut again from the captain, looking for 2. Again, great fielding from the outfielder, saving that to a single. Shot. Cut hard by Inyavani. Scamper back for an easy 2. So Beatty throwing that one up again. A little bit too wide. Julie cut through to the sweeper for a single. Better over from the Dolphins ladies here. 6 already off the over. The ball to come. Tossed up. Driven through the cover region. Chase it. Trickles over the boundary for 4. Very good over from the Dolphins ladies. 10 off that, 46 for 5 after 12. Renee Winstead back on the spot. Hitting the right areas, just outside of stump. Oh, just taking the glove of Inyovane over the keeper's gloves, and they get through for 2. Oh,
They're
no.
taking 3.
Oh!
They got 3 there.
The return throw just getting stuck in the grass. Almost feel if that was in the keeper's gloves,
Could have been very close.
Captain Marley would have been probably a foot or 2 short.
Dolphins trickling on to 49 here for 5 after 12.2. Yanni Winstead doing an incredible job. She's only gone for 7 so far with 2 wickets. She's taken 2 wickets. An incredible bowling display here. She settles in again. Oh, full and straight dot ball. I think this is the first target here we speak of. Only they need to get to 50. That's only another 103 to go from there. So targets of 50s is what they need. She uses her feet. Unfortunately, Marley doesn't get that away. They've got 3 off this over. They're ticking along. I'm sure they'll look for a boundary maybe here, or even to get a 2 or 3, just to make that over a bit more enticing at 6. Oh, in the air! Oh, just short.
Great effort from the fielder. Trying to dive and take that catch.
That brings up the 50 for the Dolphins. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, wide. Come off the leg.
Wait for the umpire's call there. Thought she might have got a bit of bat, no? Just pad.
Good call there by the umpire. Going down leg. Only the bowler was interested there in an appeal. Dolphins 52 for 5. After 13, a bit slow start here. Target is 154.
We see a change with them going in.
Uxleben into the attack. Alessa Exleben coming over the wicket here. Ooh, wide down the leg side. They take a single.
Very inventive. Marley trying to get some bats on that.
Again down the leg side. You can see the plan here.
Oh,
Yeah, direct hit.
keeper wasn't expecting the throw to come in. Alyssa just bowling the first 2 down the leg side.
That's what we speak of, positive body language. The fielders are positive. They're looking, they're giving intent. Oh, is that close enough? Just outside the line.
A little bit slower, giving a bit of air.
You could see it was outside the line. The impact was outside. Good call there by umpire Yamin. obviously she got hit in the helmet, so that means that there has to be a concussion test done here.
So, Jims, if you had to put your umpire hat on, you would have given that out, eh?
No, definitely not outside the line. Anything outside the line is not out, eh?
Look, the word going around the club scene at the moment, Jims, is that it's Mohammed Shooter.
Definitely not. Actually, I'm more on the safer side, I could say. But definitely not. You speak of umpiring, you know, it's and I say this to the up and coming umpires. It is very different to do men's professional cricket and women's professional cricket. However, the preparation has to be the same. Whilst the game might be very different, might be slightly slower, or might be in terms of the pace of the match, etc. But you have to give it the same. You have to give it the same importance as it does as you go up the ranks. And sometimes you have to adjust. Sometimes you're so used to fast-paced bowlers where it's going at 130 clicks, 140 clicks, and that's what your mind is used to. But now moving into the women's space as well with professional cricket and us as professional umpires doing those matches, you have to just allow yourself that time to adjust as well.
So for our viewers, Jims, any aspiring umpires, what do they need to do? Where do they need to go?
Yes.
If they really want to get into it?
So first things first, they have to join their local association. So your local hometown union. So if you're based in Durban, it'll be here at the Dolphins. So KZN Coastal Umpires Association. We have a dedicated team, a dedicated association of exec members together with Kirshen Mudley that leads that space from an administration point of view. To join so we always say join your local association, find out when the next course is. You start off with a level 1 all the way to level 3, and then you then begin to do tournaments of like we spoke about earlier, your girls under 19, boys under 19 and 16, and that's how you get identified and come through the system. Similarly with these two gentlemen on the field, Mr. Yamin Goldiel has been around the system for quite a while. He's been through the system at the moment, or he's going through the system. He's going back to Coke Week this year, to Tukaya Majola this year. He's going to USA University's Week. And similarly with Tristan's first tournament is coming up. Tristan Daly, he's going to USA Week. So, and then that's how they get identified to progress to the next level, which is your level 4 that everyone aspires to get, which is your national paper. So, yeah, it's a long journey. I think you have to bide your time. I think like anything, even in the space of professional players, sometimes you do get right out of school, you get right off the bat and get a contract, but you also have to bide your time in the academy and high performance and all teams, etc. But straight here, that ends the over. 58 for 5 after 14. I think it's going to continue with these two bowlers here, Bonnie. They're not going to change it up. They're doing well.
You almost expect that the Dragons are now saying to the Dolphins, you know what? This is what we're giving you on a plate. You need to take the risk now. You need to take the game forward. If you want to get to that 154, you've got to take the game forward. Which I think is quite clever. You're keeping your seamers nice and fresh. Telling the batting side, you know what, you're 5 down, you make the play. Let's see how hungry you are to try and get a victory. Swept well.
And swept for 4. It's a brilliant shot. Oh, Bonnie, you speak about that. You know, in the first innings, I think the pace, Mignon de Priya really liked the pace of Alex Candler, Dinchle Mali. She really took the pace on. And here the Dragons are saying to the Dolphins, we're going to slow it down. You all must make something happen. You all must create something. And I think that's where the difference is to maneuver the field, and those tactics need to come to the fore now. You're not used to having, these two batters may not be used to having spin so early on, but like Baxi said earlier, with the new ball and spin, very different.
like the intensity from Inyavone, looking for a single. Well, you must just be careful that she doesn't walk across and get struck on the pads.
Yeah, she's 16 of 16. She's doing well.
Another straight delivery, just
Staying down the leg side.
that would have been inside that blue line you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, tough. 100%. Sometimes, you got to be, if it is inside in the men's game, then yes, it won't be a wide. But again, here the umpires have thought that you go anything down leg would be a wide. So a great call there by Tristan Daly. It's been a good over so far, four and a wide, so just 5 runs off this over.
Extra couple of singles, maybe a boundary somewhere. Short wide. Dink down to short third man. Only for a single.
There's 2 balls remaining here, 64 for 5, but our partnership building here. And the Dolphins don't need to rush this. They need to go only at 2.6 and over. They're currently going at 4.4. They're rotating the strike quite nicely. 7 of the over so far. With 1 ball remaining. I think that's a brilliant over. They needed something like this. And Vonnie, you're right. If they get a 4 year, takes them to 11 off this over. Creates a bit of momentum.
Oh, leading edge. She's come. Oh. Came halfway down the wickets and the fielder just misjudged the spin. It just trickled past her. It's the end of the 15th over. The Dolphins are 65 for 5. Let's sit back into the attack. Just going down the leg side again. Yvonne is sweeping top edge straight over 45 for 4. Change of field is deep square now. Field in front of square leg has moved to short 45. It's well bowled from Alyssa again. Yvonne just dinking it into the leg side. They're pushing for 2. She gets there comfortably. Thunderous claps and cheers from the dugout of the Dolphins ladies. So no, this is quite important, this partnership. Again down the leg side, swept hard. Beautiful cricket from Inyavone. Another 4. Missing her line and length at the moment. Touch too straight, she might have to come around the wickets. That's what she's doing now. Signalled by the umpire.
10 off the over thus far. It's been a good over. Bit straighter. I think that's the length that she wants there, Voni. She wants around the wicket, full and straight.
It's almost a bit too full though. She's got away with that. Outside off, oh, in the air for a while. Bouncing straight to Mignon Dupree there at almost an extra cover. Maybe another wicket falling down for the Dolphins ladies.
It's a wide.
Thrown up very slow but too wide. Not enticing Unyavani to do anything stupid. Again, nice and slow. Late cut through that vacant short third man area. They stick to two. They were thinking about the third. It's the end of the 16th over. The Dolphins have moved to 78 for 5. Giovanni is on 37, 39. And Marty's playing another captain's innings, 17 of 19. Very crucial now, James, that they don't lose any wickets.
Yeah, this partnership is building nicely here. Winster to continue here. It's a good partnership getting built here. Giovanni is on 37, Mali on 17. Winster coming back over the wicket. Again, touch onto the leg side for one.
Very clever cricket there, reading the line, reading the length. Massive gap on the leg side. Then you've got mid-on and short fine leg in the ring on the leg side. A deeper wicket and a deep square. It's outside off stump, cut hard but saved. Again, Mignon Dupree in the action, saving a certain boundary.
Just kept it out there in Giovanni. Just one of the overs so far. They'll be looking to take another to try and get ahead of this. It's a brilliant shot, swept just for a single though. But I think this partnership is building nicely. Keeping the run rate around 4.5. And they're requiring only 2 runs and over, so they're definitely ahead of this. Just at 5 wickets on the other side. But it's a good partnership here by Mali and Giovanni.
Well played again. Very well played.
Sensible cricket, they say.
Again, using that length, holding back in a crease. Letting it into that massive gap.
I think the Dragons will be getting a bit agitated slightly with this partnership building. I don't think they'll be too worried just yet. But I think if this partnership reaches 100, 120 on the scoreboard, then they definitely will be. Lagrange. Tabitha Lagrange. So Lagrange into the attack now. Strays down the leg side, wide, missed by the keeper. Should be looking to find her line and length early here. It's a freebie, that one. That brings the partnership to 50 of 41 balls. Nivane contributed 23, Mali 19. This is what the Dolphins ladies needed. Hollywoodbets Dolphins looking to capitalize here, looking to build on this partnership and hopefully take the win today in this Hollywoodbets Pro Series, Pro 50 over series fixture. Playing at home, they'd want to win. Full and straight, played onto the leg side. That's a great shot for one. Some good fielding as well. Oh, Vaughan, I think the Dragons will be getting slightly a bit concerned here that this partnership is building. Because if this continues like this, the Dolphins will pull a rabbit out of a hat here and take the win.
Well, I don't think they're getting agitated at the moment. I just think that they're almost expecting that to happen. Whereas they know if they take one wicket here, they're into sort of the all-rounders and the bowlers and that. So they need to somehow be patient, try and get a few more dot balls. Try and put the pressure back on the Dolphins somehow.
I think that you guys mentioned it in your opening statements in this game. Northwest Dragons haven't won a fixture yet in the Pro 50 over series. Both teams will be desperate for momentum going into tomorrow's fixture and the remainder of the first half of the season.
Well, ball from the ground. She's hit her area nicely, just outside of slump. Asking the batters to try and do something different. She's only gone for 3 so far. End of the 18th over. Dolphins ladies are 85 for 5.
When we sound, 20 on the body, down. 20 on my force, now. Give me some more, like, do now. You wanna ride in sense, you wanna die in sense. You wanna leave for kiss. You said I'll probably take you some bitch. And I'm like, hell no, been waiting too long. Hell no, I want that cool love. Hell no, been waiting too long.
So you change to the all full trade in, and Nini back into the attack. Nicely guarded down to third man for a single.
Lovely partnership building here, Voni, between Giovanni and Mali. Mali, 21 of 27, going at a decent rate and playing what at this moment in time looks to be a captain's innings, leading from the front. And Giovanni is going really nicely, 39 or 46, striking at 85. As she hits that down the ground, excellent fielding at mid-off.
Very impressed with Giovanni, playing her natural game, getting to her strengths, getting the soft single when it's there on offer.
Giovanni is one of the two players, Vorney, that has made their way down to Durbs from the SWD Badgers, and both her and Michaela Edwards, I think, have really thrived in the Dolphins environment so far, and both have put on a couple of decent performances for the Dolphins in their time here.
They've been very decent acquisitions. Michaela Andrews getting 70 on her debut against the Badgers, her former team. And Giovanni has been good for the last couple of weekends. She's just been that glue that sticks everything together.
87 for 5, Vorney. You would know a little bit about making the made the move down from Gauteng to the Dolphins. Would you mind just talking our viewers through sort of what's involved in that change? You're obviously uprooting your life and heading to a different province, and yeah, what is that experience like?
A very interesting one. Ball from Lagrange. Yeah, actually it's a whole bunch of things. Saying goodbye to a place where it was home. Going to Wanderers from the age of 11, age group cricket. Going to practices, watching the likes of Stephen Jack, Wayne Kidwell, Ken Rutherford, Kenny Benjamin. Watch them practice, Daryl Cullinan, Nick Poppers. So you're watching all these guys and you're growing up in that environment, and to say goodbye is quite hard, but sometimes change is good for one's soul. And also a lot of the time when people do move, that's why I always look at it in a different light. Again from the Grange, I look at it a different light where you almost take your hat off to that person, and in saying that, they're taking that responsibility of trying to better themselves, better their careers, put themselves under more pressure, and they're trying to get themselves to grow. I don't think people are moving just because of money or whatever the situation is. Maybe they're moving to get more game time. So you can never quite have a bad thing to say about anybody moving from wherever they come from. So obviously certain circumstances. And a great shot from Giovanni. So yeah, it's difficult. I mean, you leave your family behind, you leave your mates behind. But it's something where you can grow yourself as an individual. You can grow your game. You learn your game very quickly when you in a new environment. Now there's a bit of pressure on you, a bit more responsibility. You almost get trusted as that extra senior player, almost. So it's got its advantages and disadvantages, but that's what's the good thing. You either sink or you swim. And some people make it, some people don't. Some people go back home. But it's a very interesting thing for a professional athlete to leave one's home and one's, you almost call it place of safety. So, but then again, you look at it on the brighter side and you're going, you can grow your game, you can grow your personality, your character. You can venture into playing all three formats. For an example, you can. I mean, I reinvented my whole self. I mean, I was labelled a white ball player, batting at 5 at the Lions. Eventually, after I think it's 7-8 years, getting to bat at 4 when Neil McKenzie was on national duty. Coming down here, getting thrusted straight into 4. Getting told you need to take more responsibility, more pressure, you need to be more disciplined. Then from there, moving straight into that number 3 spot. And after a year or two, it was, coach, you need to now open the batting. And you either reinvent yourself or you sit on the sideline. So you get that whole, you fighting, not yourself, but you're fighting to become better all the time. You have to reinvent yourself. If you don't do that, you almost stagnate and just sort of fade away to one side. So there's a lot of pros and cons, but for me, honestly, it was a hell of a lot of pros. Reinvented myself, learned how to bat for longer periods, learned that responsibility, learned that it's not just bash and boundaries and whatever. So you sort of get that through a lot quicker, especially when you're in an environment where you're not used to it. Oh, great take by the keeper there.
It's a brilliant take, and Vonnie, thanks for that. I think that's quite a lot of information, but useful. And anyone watching on the stream that's currently playing and thinking of making a move, I'm sure that's a real benefit listening to you there, Vonnie, as Nini runs back into Giovanni, who's on the cut.
Oh, sure.
That this time beating the point fielder and hitting that for 4. Brilliant shot, Vonnie. We've seen her run the ball down to third man. Just to rotate strike, and this time with a little bit of extra width, throwing her hands at it and absolutely malaying it through point for 4.
That's one of her strengths. She likes to hit the ball up there as well. But any width, she jumps on it immediately. Just as we've seen there, she hits it hard straight through that backward point region. And just to carry on with what we were saying, like, see, whoever's watching, it's not the be all and end all if you have to move. You got to look at it from a positive point of view, instead of just looking at it as a daunting, oh no, I don't want to stay there, or I don't. Put yourself out there, get out your comfort zone, go meet new people, new environments, new coaches. You never know, something clicks, and in a year or two you might even be playing SAA or in the Proteas. You never know what lies ahead.
Something definitely clicking here for Giovanni, as that ball is down leg side once again, and Giovanni led for 4 more. She takes herself to 49 of 58 balls, and she's going along really strong here, Vonnie. That's the end of the over. A wonderful way to finish the over for the Dolphins. They move to 99 for 5 off 21. That target of 154 is not far away now, Vonnie. 55 runs away. There's still lots of time left in the game.
And also, equivalently, Dragons are only 1 or 2 wickets away from causing a lot of havoc here. So it's almost at a knife edge. Dolphins ladies want these two to carry on for another 30 runs just to cement that victory for them. There's the range shots with a full toss.
Lots of noise and support coming out of that Dolphins dugout, Corny. We can hear them from where we're sitting up here in the commentary box.
Yep. Ball from Lagrange and try getting to their block hole, forcing the captain to hit it up the ground. There's a lot of chatter coming from that dugout, a lot of support, keeping their batters in check, making sure they're concentrating.
The Grange has been nice and tight this over, Vaughan. There and thereabouts. I think maybe a little bit guilty the previous over of giving a little bit too much width. This over she's been nice and tight and close to the stumps. We're hearing a lot of noise out of the Dolphins dugout, but Northwest as well, Vaughnie. They went quiet for a bit as Molly hits that one through square leg. They'll come back for the second, and that brings up the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies 101 for 5 of 21.5 overs. First milestone reached, first box ticks. Vaughnie?
100%. Yeah, sigh of relief. All around the ground. Spectators getting involved as well. Just hearing it again from the dugout. They're obviously saying it loud enough so we can hear. But they're saying to the batters, it's okay, don't worry. You're getting a dot ball, it's okay. You don't have to get frustrated or feel any anxiety. Just keep doing what you're doing. You almost feel that the Dragons are also still in it though, because one piece of good fielding or good bowling, they take a prize scalp of either one of these two, and they're back in the game completely.
The Dragons have banked those wickets early, Vaughnie, which allows them now to get another one or two, and then they're right back into a leading position in the game. The Dolphins, I think, will be aware of that, Vaughnie, although there still is some batting left. They want to make sure that the two set batters at the crease right now do the bulk of the work. One of these two have got to get it nice and deep, get right to the end, Vaughnie, and hopefully be there at the end if the Hollywoodbets Dolphins is going to win this. Cut away, and that's a missed field through the legs as they come back for two. That brings up the half century for Asake Indiovane. She takes a bow and raises her bat to her team. Brilliant innings under pressure. That is Indiovane's second limited overs, 50, and well needed. The last 50, Vaughnie, was scored in 2022, and in 2025 she brings up her second in an absolutely crucial run chase for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies.
She's played unbelievably well. She's probably the only batter in the lineup today that showed that intensity and the wanting, like you want to score those runs. She's hit the bad ball for four. She's run well between the wickets. She's put the fielders under a lot of pressure as well.
Vaughnie, we spoke about players making the move. Sake and Giovanni has just mentioned this is her second 50 and 50 over cricket. The first one was scored in 2022 when she played for Border against Eastern Province, and that was a few years ago. And then she's obviously then made the move to SWD and now made the move down to Kingsmead. So she's a journeyman cricketer already, so to speak, Vaughnie.
It's good to hear, though. I mean, always looking to better herself by the looks of it. Going where the opportunity is. She's batted very well today. A little bit disgusted with herself not getting that over the fielder.
Bonnie, how important is the environment, that team environment or the atmosphere around a union when you make the move?
Wow. I think it plays a massive part in it, Bugsy. If that environment's the right environment, you set for a very good time. You get back for 2. Yeah, so I think it plays a massive part, especially, I don't know about the women, but I'm saying as the men, it plays a massive part in whether you do leave or you don't. So the more your environment is that good, fruitful one, your cricket also starts showing through as well. Your performance start getting better and better. You're getting the backing of people. They're enjoying you as a person and as a player. So yeah, it helps a lot.
Knowing Coach Angie Tai, Vornie, she's massive on that environment and that team culture. Not just her, but the rest of her backroom staff as well. And so, players coming in from different parts of the country, I think, feel that sense of being welcomed and that sense of belonging to an environment and to a team and to something bigger than yourself. They feel that quite soon as. And Giovanni goes wide of mid-on this time. There's a chase down there, but unfortunately the fielder not able to get there. That brings up another boundary. Lagrange just getting that wrong, Vornie, missing her length and paying the price.
Nice little Faha full toss. You can hit away for free. Close to being called a no ball. That's better from Lagrange.
It's been so interesting to see how the momentum has ebbed and flowed here, Vornie, between I said between both teams. When the Dragons batted, they also lost early wickets. Then through that superb innings by Mignon Duprier, they were able to get themselves back into the game and then lost wickets in clusters at the end again. The Dolphins similarly, Vornie, maybe had a little bit of a worse start, but through this partnership have got themselves back in the game. What do they need to do now to prevent that collapse at the end?
Very good question, Bugsy, but it's a very simple answer. Keep rotating the strike. Don't get frustrated. They are allowed to bowl decent balls, decent overs. So if you don't get anything from it, you can always catch up. You've got another 26 overs, so time's not an issue. It's whether mentally you can stick to your game plan. Play what's in front of you and not get don't premeditate or think I need to do something different. It's basically just getting 3-4 runs and over. It sounds boring, but that's what's going to win you the game. Without any pressure coming from either the change room or out in the middle.
Sure. And Bonnie, on that point, you spoke about lots of time being left in the game, and then you also have the bonus point factor. So you don't have many wickets in hand. You're getting closer to the win. Lots of games, and you want to make sure of the win. But if you could bank the bonus point as well, you do that. So how do you sort of navigate yourself mentally around that?
Good sweep from the captain, Molly. That's very simple then, Buxy. If that's the case and the team's all buying into it, it's then asking the two batters out in the middle, who's going to take more risks, who's going to take the bowling on. Have a game plan of, if someone loses their wicket, you just go back into your shell, rotate the strike again, and then maybe not go for the bonus point, but that would be a call from obviously everybody sitting around, not just 2 or 3 people. You either have everybody buying into it or nobody. And I think if that had to happen, you'd obviously first ask these 2 ladies out in the middle. Sweep again from Inyavani. You first ask the 2 ladies out in the middle. If they're comfortable, then does everyone else agree in the dugout? Then once you've got that, then you can send another message out and go, okay, let's go for it. There's no point in everybody agreeing in the dugout and then these 2 ladies in the middle go, no, sorry, we don't see it like that.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have a whole dugout that's angry and not understanding what's going on. So I say you always ask the 2 batters out in the middle first.
Yeah.
If they're keen, cool. Then you go to the dugout and then you go back to the on-field batters and say, right, it's all up to you guys.
Shot.
Oh, reverse sweep from Marley. She played that well last weekend. She's done it again this weekend. She's playing a gem again.
Brilliant shot by Zintle Mali. I love the way she's looked around the field there. She's noticed, alright, I've got 5 fielders on the leg side here, just the 4 on the off side. That point, quite square. Let me get on the reverse sweep, and she's executed that brilliantly.
Oh, yeah. Sort of taking a single.
Just try to work that really fine, Bonnie, but looking at the field, there's a 45, there's a square leg sort of well behind square in the ring, and then there's a deep square leg just in front of square as well. I think she's better off just keeping the face of the batter open, hitting that just to the side of mid-wicket and taking the 1, possibly 2, because there isn't a cow corner.
Or the simple thing is just defend it.
Yeah.
Don't look for too much. You've already got, they already had 4 or 5 off the over anyway. They don't need to do anything stupid. The only other option I would think of is if they do bowl that shorter leg, is jumping on the back foot and powering it through that car sort of deep mid-wicket area where you can either get a 2 or a 4. There's too many times where we've seen, even today, where they try and take the 1 option, but then they get out. I mean, even the Dolphins in the beginning, they look for 1, out, caught. So I'd rather go the more aggressive route, because if you do get out, then okay, cool. It's just execution and it's nothing else. Whereas if you're looking for 1, now you start diving into, is it technical, or is it something I did wrong, or should I maybe have played this? You don't want to do that. You don't want to bring doubt into your own game, especially some of these ladies that are playing so well. Don't have to bring doubt into their game. They know exactly how to play, where to play. So I'd rather see the more positive side of it. If they're trying to score, trying to think it around. That's just my own personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree, Bonnie. I think you hit the nail on the head there. The Dolphins batters were maybe a little bit too circumspect up front, but obviously that nearing lunch break would have played on their mind a little bit. The way that Marley and Inyavani have batted now after lunch since starting this partnership has been superb. There was never any doubt was there. They hit the ball when it was there. They've defended well. There was nothing sort of 50-50 or in between, and exactly what you said, and it's paid off. Looking at that scoreboard now, Bonnie, 38 runs to win, 150 balls left in the game. That's half the innings. That you would think You know, cricket's a funny game, but you would think the Dolphins would be cruising it with 2 set batters, wouldn't you?
You say cricket's a funny game. You could end up getting a hat-trick.
Yeah.
You could end up getting a run-out and another wicket.
How often does a drinks break bring a
Always.
wicket?
So you never quite know. There's so many things that could go wrong. But these two must just carry on doing what they've been doing, stick within their game plan, and just play as calmly as they've played their whole partnership.
Bonnie, if we take ourselves into the Northwest Dragons team huddle now, what's the talk around there? Surely something's got to give now.
I think they probably also say to themselves it's quite hot. But yeah, they basically got to tell each other that they're 1 wicket away from upsetting a lot of apple carts. Because I think if they take a wicket, it will sort of open up an end where there'll be pressure put on the new batter. They have to start again. The end batter can't really carry on the way she's been going. So there's always that push and pull where if we get 1, guys, we can maybe get 2. If we get 2, we can get 3. So I'm sure they're not. I would guess the people from Poch, they always, when they play sport, they fight until the very end. They're very nuggety, so I don't think they'll be resigned to a defeat just yet. I do think that they'll believe in themselves and say, if we take 1, we can maybe get 2. And I think that's what the Dolphins have just got to be careful of. Always you see after a drinks break or after a proper partnership, you'll see like a bang bang, because everyone's complacent and they're relaxed and chilled. Dolphins just have to keep that. They need to switch on mentally and just make sure, even if they do lose a wicket, that they don't lose another one as quickly as possible.
Giovanni cuts that one away.
Oh, Marley moving right across his stumps, nearly getting bowled, nearly hitting that leg stump.
Saturdays are tough.
Down the wicket this time.
Hearing one of the spectators saying, "Hey, relax." Doesn't want to see anything happen.
Lots of coaching happening from the stands here, Bonnie.
There again.
Lots of time left in the game. Is it there we go from someone in the stands?
I must say that the games have done here for the Dolphins ladies. The spectators get involved a lot. It's lovely to hear. Googly. Well, bold.
And Giovanni's got to make sure, Bonnie, like you said, she's got to switch on here. She's got to stay in the moment, every ball. She's got to keep giving her best. To each execution here, she's set. She's on 59, not out. She's got to lead the team home.
She's basically got to carry her bat. Unfortunately, she's got to somehow, some way. If they do lose a wicket, it mustn't be hers. She's got to now say, you know what? I need to walk off the field with her not out. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Juma. I'm gonna go watch from the side. I might go and join the spectators downstairs.
Bonnie, what a pleasure. Jums, welcome back.
Thanks, Baxi. Yeah, a few moments ago, a few overs ago, Dolphins were staring down the barrel. Now they 36 runs away from I would say a memorable win, if you want to say that, because of the position they were in before. Mali on 32, and Giovanni should be looking to get up to a 50, I'm sure, as well.
Still lots of cricket to play. Bonnie, as we see Winster come around the wicket.
Oh, that's in
Full
the air.
toss. She's just managed to clear the 45. Should have done better with that, Marley. Fortunately for the Northwest Dragons ladies, they've just scored the 1 run off that ball. Jum's looking down on that field now, sun's out, not a cloud in the sky.
Perfect batting conditions, you'd say.
Yeah. For you, Jums, would you rather be standing out there umpiring, or you happy to be sitting up here commentating?
I plead the fifth there, Baxi. I plead the fifth there. Yeah,
Bosses
definitely.
are listening.
No, both of them. My bosses in the commentary and the ones in on umpiring. Oh, top edge. See that she got a top edge here. They're looking for 2. She's come halfway down. A bit of commentary from down there from the spectators. They're looking. They're getting really involved here now. I think it's coming down to the wire. Using her feet again. Good shot. Hit hard for a single. Ooh, nearly a direct hit there. Yeah, Baxi, I think here, if you're looking at this, 121, another 30 odd to get, 32 odd to get or so, 32, 33 runs. Definitely a Dolphins are in the driving seat at the moment. Both batters in. Mentorship played a vital knock for the Dragons with her 80 odd, but I must say Giovanni's 60 odd has changed the game slightly here. It's pulled the momentum to the Dolphins.
I think, Jums, we can't forget about Marley's innings here. She's scored at, just saying that the finger goes up. Tristan Daly, Winster from around the wicket. That ball really full though, Jums. 100%. And Giovanni on the sweep, missing that. We just spoke about how crucial that innings is and how she needed to carry her bat.
Nice and full. It's a low down there.
She unfortunately has to make her way back to the stadium, or back to the change room.
A good knock though, I must say, a very good knock, 60 odd. Really did well. Brought the team back into this match. I think it's the spectators really applauding that knock, appreciating that knock. All the parents and family here in the stadium. But it's going down to the wire here. Balls left is insignificant at the moment. Overs are plenty. 30 odd, 4 wickets in hand.
We spoke about it earlier, Jums, that at drinks breaks always brings something, Jums. And there again, the drinks break has brought a wicket. And the big wicket of Giovanni.
Like we said, let's not discredit Marley. Marley's got her 34, well played 34. She's in, she has to carry her back through.
Yeah. She's playing a captain's innings so far, not to put the mockers on, Jums. She's been excellent, she scored at a good rate, and being the senior partner now, she's going to have to dig really deep here to take the team home. Molly joined at the crease by the youngster, Esishle Kawu. Bowled fairly decently in the middle overs for the Dolphins. Finds herself at the crease in a tricky situation. That ball nice and full. Molly gets it past the mid-wicket. They're running hard. Kawu comes back.
Some good fielding there. Kept it down to 2. I think the Dragons are going to get a bit of a sniff here, Baxi. They 30 runs to get, 4 wickets in hand. You got to feel like if one more wicket here will put the pressure on the Dolphins, back onto the Dolphins significantly, and another wicket or 2, and Dragons are on their way.
Molly on the reverse sweep again. This time doesn't get it cleanly enough. Tibeti bowling to a 5-4 offside field. Can't afford to get too straight. She does that time, and Molly works it into the leg side for 1. Lots of spaces in the leg side. The Dolphins batters will have to be nice and patient to choose the correct ball to get there. Alternatively, as we saw for Mignon du Preez, she used her feet so well to manipulate the ball, or to get herself into position to manipulate the ball into the empty spaces. Tibeti to Kawu on the cut.
Oh, brilliant shot. They're looking for 2. They need to put pressure here, but stay for the single.
Molly's batted for a while, Jooms. Maybe tiring a little bit, but I feel they still have to run that one really hard. Just by the way you run between the wickets, your body language at the crease, it really sends a message to the opposition. So they're going to have to run hard. They're going to have to look for those 2s. I felt that Marley and Inyovane did that so well as they were building that partnership. There were many 2s and 3s that they ran. Inyovane in particular was always looking to come back for the second. And the Dolphins batters at the crease now. Marley and Kawu will have to continue in that. With the wicket, Winster now comes back over the wicket to Kawu. Bit of a darter, that one. Kawu happy to defend it.
Previous over, got a single on the last ball, brought her back on strike for this one. Winster into her 8th over. Swept hard over the top. She's looking for another. Going for 2, there's a bit of a misfield.
She's had to dive to make her ground.
Bit of an indecision there by the 2 batters.
But that's the way they've got to run, Jooms. They've really got to be aggressive in the way that they run. If you can't hit the boundaries, you've got to double up.
I like the intent. I think the intent is certainly there. I think they just need to get their communication spot on. As you see, there's a bit of stoppage in play here with umpire Yamin Godil going to the offside.
Winster still bowling to a 5-4 leg side field. Bit of a ring field on the offside.
Full and straight again. Just kept out by Sisle Kau.
Umpire Tristan Daly says not out. I think he feels that that's hit Kawu outside the line.
I think good decision there. See, it was she went for the sweep, went get the ball from the outside. Looks like it was impact outside off. Never easy being an umpire, that's for sure. I think slightly straighter, and if she had gone for the same shot, I think we would have been looking for we'd definitely be looking down at another answer there by umpire Tristan Daly.
Winster to finish off the over. She's got 3 wickets so far. Kawu on the sweep. This time the ball just erring leg side, and umpire Tristan Daly signals a wide.
You know, Baxi, when I look at the scorecard, and even though the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies were in trouble at one stage, and should they come out on top, irrespective of the result today, the batting in the middle order and lower order here showed that we're competitive. It showed that they can bat deep, which shows courage for the season ahead. I think that's a massive one. I think they can take a lot of positive, irrespective of what the result is today. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies can take a lot of positives out of this game, that they're not heavily you're always heavily reliant on your top order. That's your batters in the game. However, coming down the order, you want contributions on the lower order. So you can imagine once the top order starts getting going, if they scoring high numbers, your middle order is also firing. You're on your way for a win every day, any day of the week. So again, it will give them a lot of positives that their middle order is firing, that they are looking positive, they are in form, and I think that's a massive one.
Yeah, Jums, I think to add to that, you want to know that when the team's under pressure and your back's against the wall, that you can stand up and be counted, and that the players are able to take a deep dive and muster up a performance. It might not be flashy, it might not look the best, but you find a way to make it happen, and I think we've seen that from players in both innings. We've seen just a couple of contributions from players in both teams when their team's backs was against the wall, and they've stood up, and that's what it's about, Jums. That pressure reveals your character, and we've seen a couple of characters stand up here today.
And it's your experienced players. In your first innings, we saw Mignon du Preez. She scored heavily, and here as well. When we're looking at this particular innings, we know, and like you said, Asake Nyovane, coming from SWD, has that experience of playing professional cricket last year. Came here, showcased what she can do, and has done well. And similarly to last week, where a former SWD player also came out and did the job for the Dolphins.
Kawu on the cut again, this time finds point. End of the over, Jums, 129 for 6. Dolphins going at a rate of 4.3 runs an over, very similarly to the Northwest Dragons ladies. They've always kept that run rate over 4, which has been positive, whether they've lost wickets or not. They've always, they've looked to score and managed to do so. Winston into her 9th over. She's bowled nicely, Jim. She's picked up 3 first. She's got 12 balls, or 12 legal balls left in her allotted overs. And just chatting there, we see her chatting there to Mignon du Preez. She definitely, she's got to take 1 or 2 more with her if the Dragons are to stand a chance here, Jums.
Yeah, Mignon du Preez just sharing her experience with the younger players. Again, the wicket that they need is this one. They definitely need Mali. Look, as you said, Kawu is 3 of 12, but slow start. Showed some good intent. That last cut shot was really good, really positive.
It's a lot of time left in the game, Jum. So that 3 of 12 and just being at the crease, occupying the crease, getting yourself in, making sure you're not losing your wicket, allowing Mali to bat. I think that's important. You got to bat around that senior players. Mali hits that one.
Using her feet, came down the wicket there slightly.
Molly's got to keep it simple, Jums. She's done simple really well this innings. It's been a few dot balls here. It's important that she doesn't lose her focus. She's got to reset every ball as she shuffles across and finds the fielder once again. Just looks a little bit agitated here, Jums. She wants to get going. She wants to score. When she's unable to do so, and when she faces a few dot balls, she's got to be accepting of that. She can't let that lead her to a false shot, because that puts the Dolphins further under pressure. But she latches on to that one, June. She hits that over the mid-wicket fielder for 4, and that's brought up a much-needed boundary for the Dolphins.
That brings them 20 runs in check to the Northwest Dragons. I mean, it's massive. I mean, Baxi, we speak of pipeline. Seems the money coming as well through the pipeline. We speak of pipeline. We had it last time. We had our capping ceremony for the pipeline. We see Paige Clark on the bench with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. It shows that there's a lot of positives coming from our pipeline.
Oh, lovely.
Take a single, got the boundary. It's 5 runs off the over. She's on strike for the next over. This is excellent batting. Senior cricket, senior batting.
And a real captain's knock here, Jooms. Kawu's just got to be nice and disciplined here. No need for anything fancy. Just keep this one out of dot ball. Winster brings in a 45. Just can't help but thinking it's going to be a one darted into the stumps, which it is. And Kawu just defends that. Yeah. End of the over, Jooms, 134 for 6 off the 31. $20 runs to win for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. Every run is so crucial, Jooms. You can't afford to take anything for granted. You can't afford to get complacent. The guest speaker at the awards last night, Jooms, was Joey Mongalo, and one of the things he mentioned was you don't mess with people from Poch. They're hard, they're farmers, many of them, they're tough as nails, and they never give up. And so I think we'll see the Northwest Dragons ladies fight right till the end.
You know, I think that was a massive statement by Joey yesterday in terms of how to deal with success and failure. Swept away, good fielding on the boundary there, just a single.
That's an example of what we've just spoken about, Jooms. They will not die without trying. They will leave everything on this field.
I always say, Baxi, you know, in every situation there's always something positive to take out of. There's always something to learn. And last night when Joey was speaking about it may not be now, but it will come at some point. The success will come. Carrying on working hard, it may not happen straight away, but it will happen. And that's a recipe for success. Consistency. You got to be consistent in what you do, and I think that's what Mali, together with Asaki and Yovane, did. They were consistent. They put pressure on the fielders. They rotated the strike well. They got a boundary. When the bad ball, they were able to make it count. That's a wide. You can see the pressure's building now on the Northwest Dragons ladies. Unfortunately, their winless results will continue should they come second to the Dolphins today. Again, cut for 4. That is a brilliant shot by Sishle Kawu. She's got a lot of support down there, Baxi.
Small crowd, Jooms, but coming in and they are so loud. DVJ mentioned that earlier, Jooms. There's always so much support around the women's game, and just to hear the spectators and the crowd egging their team on, even coaching from the stands, Jooms, is really awesome to see. Just out of shot of our viewers, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, SNC, Amandla and Shangula is working with the 12th man, Jooms, doing a few sprints on the side of the field. That player is a young Paige Clark, youngster, still in school, got lots of school years left in her, around 14, 15 years old. Excellent player there, Paige, getting put through her paces on the side of the field. Jooms, how valuable is it to have a youngster of that age on the team sheet, not on the field, but you're in the squad and you're around the professional players and you dream of becoming a pro. What's that got to do for a player to be in an environment like this?
So, Baxi, when the environment here at the Dolphins is one that is inclusivity. So when we started here at the Dolphins, when Yash took over the cricket services department and the professional women's team falls under his domain, we said, how do we bridge that gap between the Dolphins ladies and the under-19s? We created an HP program which Angelique Tai and her coaching staff run. That her HB program focuses on the identified players and showcasing, gives them opportunity to be within what the professional space is about, what the expectations of the professional space is about. And I think that's where a lot lacks in terms of the knowledge of players. When they get in, it's too much for them. Whereas now we bridge that gap so they know what the expectations are. And something like this is amazing to see. Paige Clark, and identified the squad, learning from Angelique Tai, learning from Sandile Kaluza. Again, that you can't buy that. You cannot buy that from any store anywhere. So certainly, I must commend them and their methods of doing things. And I think having that inclusivity shows that we don't have to shop around all the time. We got depth in our own programs. And Angie is big on that. One day we will have a team that will be focused around the KZN province, players from around here, players through our pipeline, coming through. And that's massive. Great shot there.
One of those players coming through, Jooms, is Esishle Kawu, as we see her with the courage to take on Winster, who's bowled beautifully so far this innings and smashes that one over mid-off. They come back for the second. But Jooms, I think you've summed that up really well, that culture of inclusivity and just how amazing is it for these youngsters that are in that HB space to have full access to Angie and her coaching staff.
It's massive. They're giving off their time. Swept hard by Kawu. Turning for 2 is Mali.
And less than 10 runs to win now, Jooms. I've been so impressed with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies in this inning so far, and the way that they've played the spin, Jooms. They've been proactive. We've seen Zintle Mali with the reverse sweep. We've seen her sweep. We've seen a few of the other batters, and Kawu in front of us right now on screen has been brave enough to come down the wicket, hit the ball over the top. We've seen lots of sweep shots as well against the spinners, and I know that's something that the Dolphins coaching staff have worked quite a lot on this winter, the ability to play spin, developing your skill set and your game plans around spin, and I'm sure they'll be really happy to see that paying off today. 9 runs to win, Jooms, off 102 balls. That's not the main point right now. It's really just the 9 runs to win, and it would be awesome if Zintle Mali, captain of the Dolphins, could take her team over the line. We see a change in bowling at the Angeni end here, Jooms. We've got Lagrange coming back on to bowl. That's Winster just having a little bit of a chat with her before she comes into bowl. Just looking at the hand signals there, look to be she's saying to her, just stay on the stumps, keep hitting the stumps. A little bit of width that time, and Mali hits that through to the deep cover fielder Deirdre van Rensburg, and that's just 8 runs to win now, Jooms.
Yeah, Winster also had a fantastic bowling spell there, bowling display. She's completed her 10 overs. I think now it's just time for them just to knock off these runs. Again, the Bucks say they're going to point win here for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. That gives them a nice 5 points for the weekend. I think they're definitely needing that after last week's loss. Their initial game, their first game of the season was the Lions. They won that one in the 50 over campaign, lost against SWD Badgers.
Lagrange to Kawu, this time on the stumps. Just a little bit of extra bounce there, Jooms. Umpire Yamin Godel says not out. I think that one just going over.
High there, good decision there.
But again, Jooms, you would have given it out.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. If it's high, it's missing, eh? I can't unfortunately say it's going to go low down. If it's high, eh? I see you guys are... Again, slight appeal there, but heading down leg. They ran for one. Wanting to take the second.
Let's just miss the helmet there as well.
Oh, some knife edge. This game is on a knife edge here. You just feel like the Dragons, if they have to get another 2 wickets with 7 runs left, Baxi. But I think that's a bit far out of reach now. I think the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies off the
Brilliant fielding.
Brilliant stop by the keeper there.
She's been so good down the leg side today, Jums. Oh, Marley looked like she was setting herself to absolutely launch that into the crowd, Jums. It's the end of the over. Scoreboard reads 7 runs to win with 96 balls. Jums most certainly chasing the bonus point here. We spoke about Yashveer Singh, the CSM. I see him now come out onto the stands to support the team and hopefully watch them get over the line. Lots of conversations happening on the field there, Jums. The umpires, the batters, Mignon de Prier, Winster, she's amongst the players around field settings, around who do we bowl. Looks like it's going to be Tabiseng Nini.
Opening bowler for the inning. He did really well.
SA under 19 cricketer, we spoke about her earlier.
Very well in the initial overs, Baxis. Put the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies under pressure with those early wickets.
And she's back for a third spell and
The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies coming back strong after the last week's loss. Sishla Kaur again trying to go through the offside.
still lots of support coming from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies dugout. That support has been coming throughout the innings. How valuable for the two batters out there to hear your team and hear the support. Kau goes again.
Goes straight up.
You called it, Jums, one hit away. I think Kau has heard you there. Are we blaming you for that as well, Jums?
First it's the decisions and now it's the decisions that I have no control over either. Commentary is a tough job, man. Commentary is a tough job.
Kau looking to finish that off in style.
That brings Jay DeFigurido to the crease.
Sishle Kau Jums, one of the youngsters that you've spoken about that's come through the pipeline. Her sisters in the team as well. She scored 16 of 27 valuable innings. Really good knock, and she's congratulated as she walks into the dugout. High fives all around. Lots of smiles on the faces. Jane DeFigurido makes her way to the crease. She joins Zintle Mali. She's one of the most experienced cricketers. She's been around here a long time. We spoke about her bowling. She's bowled from your end many times before and you rate her quite highly. Tell us a little bit about her batting, Jums.
Yeah, no, she can hold a bat. I can assure you that. She's definitely going to take them over the line here. She's no... could be a hat trick as well. Keeps that one out. She's definitely going to make sure that Mali gets on strike.
Sabi saying Nini, that wicket just to keep things interesting here, Jums.
Baxi, I gotta ask. I know it's not about personal milestones, always about the team. They need 3 runs to win. Mali needs 4 for a 50. And if she gets on strike in the next over, if Jade keeps these two balls or this last delivery out, does Mali go for the big shot?
If there's incentives on the line, Jums, I'm not sure. She might. If there's no incentives, I think she's just going to get the team over the line. Yeah, club cricket, it could be $500, $1,000 for that 50. Nah, but I think in all seriousness, Jums, Molly's going to get the team home, whether it's through 3 singles, whether it's through a boundary. She's just got to make sure she gets her team over the line. She's captain of the team. She's been entrusted with the leadership responsibilities. She's been really responsible in this innings so far. Currently 46 of 65 balls. She's played an excellent hand. She's got to make sure that she sees this through. As we hear the crowd again, Jums all day, Mali all day. Oh, there we go.
The expansive shot came out. 1 bounce 4. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies wrap this up in style. And Zinhle Mali, captain's innings, gets to a 50.
Brilliant innings by Zinhle Mali. Finished off in style. What a win as we see the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies running onto the field later. Asake Inyovani, one of those players, she played an excellent hand today, and Zinhle Mali getting her team over. A really hard-fought win.
Oh, massive for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies. Unlucky, you got to say Mignon Dupria's knock. Can't ignore that massive well done on the 80 runs. But unfortunately, she had no one to bat around her. If Mignon Dupria had someone to bat around her with her, you'd be looking at close to 200 chasing there. Would have been a different story today. But the Hollywoodbets Dolphins pulled it back after Mignon Dupria starts with a few batters. Pulled it back. And that stemmed the flow of runs. Got them to 150. Competitive total. Dragons came out, bowled really nicely in the start, that period between lunch. Moni and I spoke about it. It's a tough period. That half an hour is a tough period to get through, and there would have been a few jitters in the change room at lunch, in the Hollywoodbets Dolphins change room. But I'm sure a sigh of relief as they win by 3 wickets.
Yeah, fabulous comeback here by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Losing 3 wickets before the lunch interval, and 3 of their main batters as well. The loss of Alex Scandler, second ball into the innings. The loss of Yasmin Khan, and then shortly after that, Courtney Gounden. You would think backs against the wall. The way that they showed up today here has been absolutely incredible. 2, let's call them senior players. The captain in Zinhle Mali, definitely a senior. The newbie coming into the team from the Badgers, Inyovani, has played an excellent hand, 2 half centuries, and that partnership really broke the back of the Northwest Dragons. And Mali getting the team over the line. We look at the players out on field, Jums. Lots of hugs, lots of congratulations. This would mean a lot to them, Jums, having won the first game against the Lions and then losing at home last week in the 50-over game. They really needed to come back and defend their home territory, and they've done so. They speak a lot about digging deep, or to use that ocean language again, diving deep and taking the opposition down into deep, dark waters. And they've done that today with their backs against the wall. They've come together as a team, supported each other, dived really deep, and they've got over the line.
Oh, that's massive. It shows depth in the squad there, Maxi. It shows that they can do it, even with their backs against the wall. Top order gone, the middle order came to the party. Boxy, on that note, I'm going to sign off. Very well done. All the best for tomorrow. We'll see you on the other side.
Here at the post-match presentation at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. The match that just finished was between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies and the Northwest Dragons ladies. I'd first like to call upon Jane Winster, the losing captain for today from Northwest Dragons. Jane, tough loss. Third one, I think, on the road. Hopefully something positive you can take out of this game getting so close.
No, definitely. And it's not the third one on the road. It's our first one on the road, actually. But yeah, it's a tough one. This one hurts a bit because we put up the fight. We had some great performance. We had some great bowlers picking up the hands and taking the wickets that we needed up front. But yeah, it's a tough one.
I'm sure that period just before lunch when you guys came out to bowl, it was a fantastic period for you, and I'm sure when you went into the change room, you thought must have been the wind is around the corner.
No, yes, definitely. The momentum was on our side. We knew that we had them, so we just had to go for the kill and take the win. But coming back, we had our chances. We didn't take some of them, but like I said, tough luck again. But we were in that mindset of taking the win today.
And this is the last question. Having known Dupriya, the experience that she comes with, a brilliant 80 today. How's that experience just being amongst her with the younger girls coming through the system?
No, definitely. Every time we say win or with her being in our space and getting the opportunity to bat with her after seeing her just on the field or on TV and stuff like that. But the knowledge, the experience she brings, and she shows it every time with the bat. So we can never be more than happy and more than excited and blessed to have her in our team.
No, fantastic. Unlucky today and good luck for tomorrow's T20.
Thank you.
Cheers. Performance.
Yeah, very happy. It's a great win. We needed it, and we did well today.
And I must ask, we were speaking about it on commentary earlier. You must be really pleased with your knock. 4 runs, you needed 3 to win. That last ball hit, I called it, where you got a boundary. I'm sure you must be pleased with your own personal performance as well.
Yeah, I always like finishing on a style, on a high note, and it is a great win today. I think we lost a couple of wickets early up front. We had to bat through, and I think with the bowling, we really bowled well today. And winning the toss again, bowling first, was a great option.
Now, fantastic. And Asake and Giovanni, a new recruit coming into the side. I'm sure having her experience, obviously playing with the Badgers last year and coming through from SWD, you must be really pleased to see yourself, and the coaching staff must be really pleased to see that the middle order is also contributing.
Yeah, with Asake, she's a great batter. I mean, nerves will always be there, but when we were in there, we tried to keep ourselves down as much as possible. We know what we're capable of, and she showed up today, and we really appreciate that.
No, fantastic. All the best for tomorrow in the T20, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd now like to call upon Hollywoodbets Dolphins CEO Mr. Heinrich Stradum to hand out the award to the player of the match. Your player of the match for today, Asake and Giovanni from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
You want to interview him?
Asake, great knock today. I'm sure you must be quite pleased coming into the team in this season and contributing like that in today's game.
This is a big game for me because I had to struggle like back then. But today, the minute I was like going with Mandy and she pushed me like, you must go well, yeah, you got this, you're still in the game. And then I was like, okay. And then I got my 50, like, okay, I'm pushing through for the team. So this is it.
No, that's fantastic to see. And how's the camaraderie within the side now that you got a win today? I'm sure you girls must be really excited for tomorrow's T20 class at Chatsworth Oval.
Yes, we are very excited. We're going to see it there. Tomorrow is, if you go down, you go down. If you're up, you're up.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. No, very well done, and congratulations on your player of the match today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our presentation here at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium.